Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We are about to begin the third and last day of our T20 Inception Conference. I am Luciana Gama Muniz. I am Project Director at the Brazilian Center for International Relations, SEBRI. SEBRI is one of the leading think tanks in foreign policy in Latin America. And as most of you already know, but for the ones who are joining us for the first time today, SEBRI is part of the organization committee of T20 Brasil, alongside with IPEA and FUNAG. It is a real pleasure to welcome all of you to another day of a very fruitful discussion. And I would like to thank everyone who made this conference a reality, especially to the six task force members and leaders and staff of the organizing committee. And also thank you to the public that are following us today. Before we start the panels, I would like to go through the program of the third day, just to make sure everyone is at the same page. So we will start the session with a very important and inspiring message from Renata Amaral, the Secretary of International Affairs and Development of the Ministry of Planning and Budget of Brazil. After that, Luciana Servo, the President of IPEA, will host a dialogue with Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago, who is the Secretary for Climate and Environment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil, and also a trustee at SEBRI. Then we will have the lead co-chairs of Task Force 2, Sustainable Climate Action and Inclusive Just Energy Transitions, and also Task Force 5, Inclusive Digital Transformation. They will present the main objectives and subtopics of their respective task forces, also with the important participation of the various co-chairs. And before we go to the wrap-up roundtable, we'll have a quick break of 5 minutes. And last but not least, we will welcome Gustavo Westman, the Special Advisor of International Affairs, the General Secretary of the Presidents of Brazil, for a dialogue with the leaders of the 6 task forces. Gustavo will also tell us a bit more about G20 Social, and he will guide us through a conversation about this past 3 days and T20's agenda. Before we kick off things, a few housekeeping notes. Please ensure that your names and institutions are being displayed correctly. Please ensure that your mics are muted during sessions to minimize background noise. You can use the chat function to engage with fellow attendees, share resources, and also ask questions. Unfortunately, due to the limited time of the panels, we might not be able to answer all the questions, but they will be answered immediately after the conference by email. Please also be informed that the event is being recorded and live streamed on the T20 YouTube channel. And finally, if you encounter any technical issues, our support team is here to assist you. And now, without further ado, let's start the conference with the opening remarks of one of our leaders, Luciana Servo, President of IPEA. Luciana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luciana. We are 2 Lucianas here at the organizing committee, so sometimes it's a little bit confusing, but Luciana is one of the most amazing people that I have worked with since the starting of the T20 Brasil, and I thank her very much for the partnership, and also Ambassador Master Amaral from FUNAG, who is also part of the process of organizing this T20 Brasil. As Luciana have said, we have done a lot of work during the last year for being here in this inception, but the work starts in the 1st of December. So you have a lot of work from you on selecting the abstracts that can be transformed in policy briefs, and will build the recommendations for the T20 Brasil. Also, I want to emphasize the amazing 2 previous day. We have a lot of debates with the previous task force 1, 6, 4, and 3. And now we are having this amazing day with the task force 2 and 5. So I think that we have some sayings from the Sherpa, the Ambassador Maurício Lírio, and from Tatiana Rosito, who is coordinating the financial track, about how we can be effective in our recommendations. Also, we have debates about the effectiveness of our recommendations that they could be put forward and bring to the Sherpa meeting on July. This Sherpa meeting will happen the beginning of July. So you have a lot of work to do, a work that will be quite intensive, but I think it will be quite fruitful. I wish us all a great and amazing debate today. I know that we will have Ambassador André Correia do Lago. I will present him later, and also Gustavo Westman. But most of all, we will have a debate between us and you from the organizing committee and the council. That's how we're going to work in a more participative, debating, organizing the way so that we can be effective at T20 Brazil. Thank you very much. Have a good and productive third day of the T20 Brazil. Now we're going to see a video from Secretary Renata Amaral. She's the leading secretary in international debates in the Ministry of Planning and Budget in Brazil, and she has been working quite closely to most of the multilateral banks in the part of the government in reorganizing the ways banks work with Brazil. So her speech will be important for most of the task force, but also for thinking about how we can reorganize the architecture of the multilateral banks. Thank you, and let's see the video.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning to discuss the agenda of the Ministry of Planning and Budget and how it intersects with the agenda of the G20 and T20. As Brazil holds the presidency of the G20 for the current year of 2024, our motto is building a just, world and sustainable planet. President Lula has proposed 3 priorities to foster this agenda. First one, social inclusion and the fight against poverty. 2, sustainable development and energy transitions. And the reform of the global governance institution is the third one. These priorities reflect Brazil's view that global challenges do not affect all countries equally. However, equality and sustainability are indispensable for a prosperous world. During Brazil's presidency, all Brazilian ministries and federal agencies are especially dedicated to promoting the group's agenda in each and every one of their fields of work. In the Ministry of Planning and Budget, that happens basically in 4 fronts, divided into 2 different dimensions. The first dimension is domestic. It involves drafting the medium-term government plan and managing the federal public budget. The second dimension is our connection with multilateral development banks and our direct engagement in international discussions on relevant topics. In Brazil, the government's medium-term plan is described in a document called the Pluriannual Plan, also called PPA in the Portuguese acronym. The PPA takes the form of a law, approved by Congress and carried out by the executive branch over a period of 4 years. So the Ministry of Planning is responsible for leading this initiative within the federal government. We coordinated the discussions with all relevant stakeholders, including the civil society, and drafted the final document that was addressed and approved by our Congress in 2023. The construction of the current plan, applicable from 2024 this year until 2027, involved traveling and discussing with all 27 states of the country, and contributions from the civil society were received and implemented. More than 4 million accesses were registered on the public online platform built to receive inputs from everyone. The number 1 topic raised by the public was climate change. That was certainly reflected in the PPA as the number one priority. It is important to notice that climate change is also a fundamental area of concern for the G20, reflected in the Sustainable Development priority of Brazil's presidency. The Minister of Planning and Budget is also in charge of managing the entire federal budget, what gives it a core role in the implementation of public policies throughout the government. We work closely with the other ministries and federal agencies to allocate resources according to the government policy priorities. We say the Minister of Planning and Budget has a cross-cutting role in the federal government. In that sense, we are present in every front of the G20's agenda through budget setting and execution. The international efforts, on the other hand, are concentrated in the Secretariat for International Affairs and Development, which I have the pleasure to lead. One of our main roles is to represent Brazil as a stakeholder in the regional development banks, like the Inter-American Development Bank and the Development Bank of Latin America, for example. Let's remember that one of the three priorities of the G20 current mandate is the reform of global government institutions, which includes the regional development banks. Therefore, the Minister of Planning will be leading Brazil's efforts to advance such goals inside these institutions, including how to make them bigger, better, and more effective. Another important task carried out by our Secretariat is to approve the projects financed by development banks with sovereign guarantee. When evaluating those projects, we certify they are in compliance with the Brazilian G20 priorities. Finally, I must mention the broader role of the Minister of Planning and Budget has in every international agenda that dialogues with the areas under our competencies. In the G20, that includes the finance track and the development working group under the Sherpa track. But we also participate in other fora with a more cross-sectional character, like the working groups for empowerment of women. As you know, agendas of inclusion, equality, and sustainability are high priority for the Brazilian government. Thus, the Minister of Planning wants to be present and contribute to all initiatives to reach these goals, including and especially in the G20. I hope this quick overview was able to give you an idea of how the Minister of Planning and Budget has been engaging with the G20 and how the group's discussions are reflected in our work. In this context, I believe the T20 can provide valuable insights to the group. Count on us to develop initiatives in the areas I just highlighted and help G20 deliver concrete results that improve the lives of billions. Thank you once again for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you today. And I'm really sorry I cannot be present with you in person. I hope you all have a great beginning of work with the Inception event, and I hope we'll have the chance to work together in person throughout the year.
So now we will have a dialogue with Ambassador André Correa do Lago. I'm not sure if he's already here.
Yes, he has arrived. Good morning, Ambassador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ambassador.
Good morning. How
It's a
are
great,
you?
Great
Lovely
pleasure.
to
Sorry?
meet too.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon for everybody, and for Ambassador André Correa do Lago. He's here with us. It's really a great pleasure to have you here with us participating in this dialogue of the T20. We know how demanding your agenda has been as the Secretary of Climate, Energy, and Environment at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 2023, where you know that your work with environment issues and sustainability comes back to the 2001, when you were the Director of the Department of Energy, the Department of Environment, during which you were the Brazilian Chief Negotiator for Climate Change and for Rio 20. you are also ambassador in several countries and also have served missions in all of these countries. We are here in this dialogue, and I will ask you some questions, but please feel free to bring some notes or some important issues that you think that are important for the T20 Brazil. Well, my first question, we have seen what the multilateral system is going through nowadays. There has been a global division between the global south and the global north, in particularly related to the climate regime. There is a disbelief on the part of the developing countries in the capacity of global governance bodies to provide response for their needs, including for the point of view of the resource need for climate change. How do you think that the G20 can act to help regain credibility and confidence in the multilateral system? How they can be strength to generate necessary means for a just transition in countries of the global south? The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Luciano, thank you very much. I'm very happy to participate. Are you hearing me well? All okay?
Yes.
Well, I have to start, unfortunately, with a sad note, because the coordinator that has succeeded to develop most of the ideas and the enthusiasm on preparing this task force, unfortunately left us on Sunday. He died very suddenly, very young. He was at the GCF meeting in Rwanda. So the first thing I have to say is that if whatever comes positively in all these efforts we're going to develop, we owe that to Daniel Fonseca, who passed away on Sunday. So we are all in a state of shock, and but on the same time, he did so much to prepare this that we feel completely obliged we have to reach results and honor his work. So it was a very, very tough week, and you can imagine for his family. He was 45, and he had a massive heart attack, unfortunately. But so everything we will do here will be thinking of Daniel and how much Daniel was amazing in preparing all this, and his conviction that we could do something. So to answer your question, I have to say that yes, we have a conviction that we can make the G20 bridge some of the most important gaps that we feel that exist in the international system that can allow us to truly transition to an economy and an international structure that favors taking into consideration climate change for development. So the whole operation that Brazil would like to see, this G20 and this task force on climate, is that we would like to see the mainstreaming of climate change in the multilateral system, be it on the UN side, which is something that has progressed significantly, but also in the Bretton Woods institutions. As you know, Luciano, the most countries were, after the war, very much divided between those that believed more in the UN system and those who believed more in the Bretton Woods system. And I think there are some moments in which the two logics got together to find solutions. And this is what we would love to be able to do through the G20, which is a third structure that was created later, exactly because of the necessity of putting together these two worlds. The Task Force on Global Mobilization Against Climate Change has this ambition. It is For the first time, we're putting together the Sherpa track and the finance track to make sure that we have a very coherent approach to the issue of climate change. So the G20 has been dealing in a very important way on climate finance already for a series of years. We have a working group under the G20 that is working on which is called sustainable finance, and the Sherpa track is working on for a few years as a working group on sustainable environmental and climate, sustainability and climate and in environment. So we're trying to bring these things together, and we absolutely don't want to reinvent the wheel. On the opposite, we want to make sure that we have already learned a lot with what the G20 has developed, including in the Indian presidency, the Indonesian presidency, the most recent presidencies have already worked very hard on strengthening the dimension of climate change. But we wanted to go deeper. And why did we want to go deeper? Because there is a very, very strong conviction in the Brazilian government, and I believe in the Brazilian society, that we are living an emergency. We have a climate circumstance in the world that science is telling us very clearly, and unfortunately the news are also telling us very clearly that very negative things are happening, and even worse will happen if we don't fight to control the temperature increase 1.5 degrees. So this is I think the very big difference between the times that you were kindly listing my previous activities. So I've worked with climate change for many years, but what I could clearly feel now coming back to the area last year is that now the sense of urgency changes everything. It changes everything because somehow we were entrenched, as you said, between the global south and the north, that were both convinced that they were right in the debate of climate change and the debate of how to finance it, etc. But the emergency changes the game completely. So how do we truly succeed in incorporating climate as an essential element in these discussions? And it is an ambitious project, but we are very excited, and this is what Daniel had been doing admirably, is that with all his dialogues with the most different countries, he was telling us how everybody was understanding that this was the new element, and this was an element that had to be taken into consideration. So we are optimistic that we can raise this issue in the most constructive and action-oriented way to support what already exists. So one of the main ideas that we have, and we are repeating that very much, is that we absolutely don't want to interfere into negotiations like the climate change negotiation, because we all know that there are logics. Everybody is talking a language that depends on a grammar that is very specific of these negotiations. So we cannot deal with this issue trying to think that you're going to change the other structures that are dealing with it. No, I think this is an additional work that we do, and we have many boxes, and somehow we want to work outside the box to strengthen the boxes, and that's why think tanks have an absolutely central function in this debate. First, because governments and all of us as civil servants, you and I know, we are completely overwhelmed by what it is to make sure that the Brazilian state works as well as possible. No? So it's very difficult for us to start thinking about the issues without the support of institutions and without the support of academia, of scientists, and of think tanks. So I think that this cannot happen if we don't have this openness. And to think out of the box for a government or for a state, you need some help because you are trained to think inside the box. So that's why I think this dialogue today is extremely important because it's this provocation that we want. We want to listen. We want to know how many things are already happening and how to make sure that all this becomes action.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's quite inspiring to hear you always. And I'm thinking from the Special Task Force of Global Mobilization Against Climate Change that you have cited in your initial words. Could you tell a little bit more about how you're working and what are these differences in not interfering in the current negotiations, but creating new ways of dialogues from this task force, and also how we're going from there to the next steps after Brazilian presidents, how Brazilian presidents can be effective in COP30, in the G20 South African and other space of multilateral dialogue.
So there is, when we talk to our partners, we understand that there is a considerable expectations regarding Brazil's what Brazil can contribute to the next years, because we have a very special circumstance for the country. First is that you have a progressive government that is extremely open to strengthen agendas that were very much affected by different circumstances recently, including COVID. So we have an international agenda that is, for instance, we were very much united, including the Bretton Woods institutions had adopted, for instance, the SDGs as a reference, no? And the SDGs come from the UN, and these sustainable development goals are the result of years and years of trying to put together the social agenda, the environmental agenda, and the economic agenda. So we had a roadmap with the SDGs. And as we all know, SDGs have suffered enormously during the COVID years, and we are very far behind what we were expected to do with the SDGs. So Brazil wants to bring back the SDGs very much in the forefront. I think that the SDGs are almost like a moral guidance that the world has agreed on. So we have consensus on these things, and we have to bring it back and make sure that it can be effectively developed as planned. The second dimension is naturally the negotiation of climate change that have progressed significantly at COP28. So this is a very special, positive moment because COP28, I believe, was way above expectations regarding what was decided and recommended. So this is another element that we have to take into consideration. So the crisis of the SDGs, the progress on COP28, but we also have a very worrying trend is that although everybody's talking about climate, what we have seen recently is that many of the resources that used to be given at, you remember that we've been working for years and years to have 0.7% of the GDP of developed countries towards ODA. We are seeing that traditional cooperation has been very much undermined by concentration on the issue of climate change. So the climate change cooperation cannot be instead of traditional ODA. It has to be something that has to be cross-cutting, but not a substitution of the more traditional support for education, for science, for infrastructure, for health, etc., etc. So we have these circumstances in the world's discussions today. And in that context, what is happening is that Brazil will have this very special sequence that we're going to preside the G20 in 24, we're going to preside the BRICS Plus in 25, and we're going to end 25 with COP 30 in Brazil. So these are exceptional circumstances in which people are expecting some kind of Brazilian effort, not only to give a coherence to these three processes, but also I think people want us to be innovative, want us to be provocative, and bring back the role that Brazil has had multilaterally, which is of bridging the countries that normally have a strained dialogue or a difficult dialogue. So in the G20, we are living this very clearly because we have many divisions in the G20. The clearest one being the natural division between developed and developing countries. But at the same time, the G20 reflects the contemporary world probably better than the Bretton Woods institutions and the UN that were created immediately after the war, in which countries like China or India had not yet become, again, because traditionally they were the two largest economies in the world for thousands of years, and they are back as essential players. So many things have changed, and although we can spend the whole G20, the whole BRICS, and the whole COP complaining about imbalances, Brazil wants more than that. Brazil wants to be sure that this is an opportunity to try to create a new balance. No, we are not going to probably be able to correct everything that we believe that has to be corrected, because we know that the others are not necessarily convinced of the necessity of this correction. But we believe that we can look for another balance. And so this is the objective in these two very intense years that we have ahead. This is the ambition that we have, is to truly bring the debate to the contemporary challenge that is defying all of us, because none of us is ready, which is climate change.
Thank you, Ambassador. And you brought the COPs. Yes, for us, the COPs and the SDGs are cost-cutting topics. All the task forces in the T20 are talking about and dialoguing with the SDGs. We think that is quite important to maintain the dialogue between what you're doing in T20 and the SDGs. So it's perfect that you stress this for us and for the task forces. But also we have COP30 in Brazil, but first we have the COP29 in Azerbaijan. What do you think that can be the advances from G20 to COP29 first, and then how COP29 can bring new global and collective goals, and then how Brazilian presidency is using the G20 to prepare for the COP30 that will be in Brazil, and how it can go in the revision of the national determined contributions, the NCDs, through the G20 and through COP29 and COP30.
Well, yes, this is a big question, and I'll try to tell you how we see it. As you remember, COP28 had a very clear mandate, which was the global stocktake. No? So we had to see what had happened in those 8 years of the Paris Agreement and see what had been achieved and what had to be adjusted for us to reach the 10 years of Paris, which will happen in Brazil at the COP30. And this GST, the global stock taking, is something that was more successful, I believe, than most people expected. And this is really opening the year with a positive spirit, which is that we recognize that many things had happened thanks to Paris. So Paris was a very effective instrument, but we also, for the first time, clearly stressed that if we don't deal with the issue of fossil fuels in a straightforward way, we are not going to be able to control the temperature to 1.5. So one of the contributions of Brazil for COP28 was that we insisted on this notion of Mission 1.5. And Mission 1.5 also will be very present in our G20 because Mission 1.5 means that we have to understand how everything we are going to do will impact positively the effort towards not surpassing 1.5. So this was COP28. Now, COP29 has also a very clear mandate, and it is to deal with a new reference as which kinds of financial support is expected from developed countries. So as we all know, the previous agreement established that developed countries would have $100 billion a year to support developing countries in their fight against climate change. Here we are talking about concessional grants, etc., that from government, this is like public money that is expected to support developing countries, because we all know of the challenges of developing countries to get financing for their development, even more when this development has to take into consideration climate change. So one thing is this concept of public money that we deal with in the convention. And this year, in the preparation of the Baku COP in Azerbaijan in November, this is the mandate that we have inside the COP. So we have to talk about the 100 billion that came partially. Developed countries are making sure that they have all these studies by the OECD to show that in the last 2 years, the 100 billion was reached. There is a debate about that, but the fact is that it didn't start from 2020 as was established. But we have to go way beyond that in this mandate for COP29. So COP29, we're going to discuss very clearly this issue of public money and the expectation of the developing countries to be supported by developed countries. But we all know that $100 billion a year will not solve the climate issue in developing countries. We all know that. This is what we are talking about in the convention. In the G20, we're talking about, as I said before, mainstreaming climate change into investments in general. So we all know that trillions of dollars are in the financial markets and are looking for investments, including in developing countries. But there are a series of obstacles that have already been identified, including by G20 presidencies before ours, that we have to deal with. These obstacles, as we all know, are the much more costly access to finance for developing countries. There are issues are also related to how long a project takes to be approved by an international, a multilateral bank like the World Bank or others to be able to approve a project. So there are all these obstacles that have already been identified, but there are also some trends that now we see much more clearly. So there were remarkable progresses, for instance, in the adoption of renewable energies in the world. We all know that the numbers are very impressive. But as the Director General of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, stressed when he came to Brazil last month, is that most of this investment has been in developed countries and China. So 80% of these investments have been basically, according to their numbers, in developed countries and in China. So we have to bring a logic that has already been accepted and have already effectively been taken into consideration in developed countries and in China to be extended to other developing countries. So we have to build upon a very, very significant data that we already have and very significant alternatives that we have already identified. So this is the direction that we believe we have to follow, which is a very realistic. Why did it happen positively? What were really these obstacles that were already identified, but how can we overcome these obstacles? So I think there is a lot to do, but what makes us optimistic is that we believe there is enough data, there is enough information, there is enough technology, and there is enough knowledge for us to accelerate this trend. Because I come back to what I said before. What have to drive us is a sense of emergency, is the fact that climate change is, science shows us that climate change is a reality, and we have very few years to make sure that the temperature rise will not go above 1.5. So that's what that mission 1.5 is so clearly stated also in our issue document. But there is so in the COP29 in Azerbaijan, we're going to deal with what is expected from developed countries as public finance. What we're going to discuss in the G20 is infinitely larger. And also we are discussing this in the G20 because this is not being discussed in the negotiations of climate change, because although there is a provision in the Paris Accord to talk about this discussion in the climate change negotiations is not happening. So we are going to try to bridge and as I said, think out of the box. Let's talk about finance in a way that we cannot talk in the convention. And strengthen the convention by bringing more resources. And the road to the COP in Brazil is first of all following the mandate these COPs have. So the COP in Azerbaijan has the mandate to establish a new objective regarding public finance, but the road to Belém, to COP 30, is about the mandate of the COP is about the famous NDCs. No, so the countries have to present their new NDCs, the following one, and they have to present it according to the rules in 2024. So at the end of 24, I mean, like 12 months before the COP in Brazil, between 12 and 9 months before the COP in Brazil. So what are these NDCs? These NDCs are the ambition of countries on how they can reduce their emissions. But the NDC is not just a decree. You cannot decide that you're going to reduce your emissions without enormous impact in the economy. And this is the main subject of the Convention of Climate Change, is that the Convention of Climate Change started because of scientific knowledge, started because of environmental concerns, but little by little, we were conscious of the enormous social impact that combating climate change was going to bring, and the enormous, gigantic economic impact that combating climate change was going to bring. And so today, the main answers that we don't have are related to economics. I'm an economist myself, but I'm a very bad economist. I'm in a family of economists, and my brothers are amazing economists. I'm a disaster, but I'm trying to make my best. And the advantage I have is that I can call some very good economists because they're friends of my brothers. So they try to give me some orientation. But I believe that we, as economists, we have failed to truly mainstream climate change into economic thinking. And although we have some very brilliant new economists that are thinking about that, the main, let's say, the usual way of dealing with economics has not incorporated climate change as it should. So that's why we have also put together a group of experts of very important recently that have been publishing very interesting things regarding economics and climate change to also prepare reports for our task force. But this is where the think tanks have a central function because and already the first paper that was issued already shows how much space we have and how much progress we can make among the think tank community and the academic community, because it is a new world. It is a new circumstance. We are living an emergency like I believe that humanity has not faced so consciously something that is going to change lots of things. And I am convinced we have the means. I'm convinced that there is enough money, because if we mainstream investment towards climate change, we can make a difference in a few years. So this is what drives our group. And as I said before, we always now think of how constructive and positive Danielle was in making us follow that direction.
Well, thinking about economists and all the discussions that we are having here at T20, there is this New Delhi Declaration about free trade and non-biased trade. Could you talk a little bit more about your views in the sense how you can think that we can advance, how the think tanks can bring more information about that, and then establish a clear and effective dialogue with the task force they are leading? And I will make a comment, then I'll give you the answer for this, and then your closing remarks, because we could be talking to you in all morning here, but I know that your agenda is quite busy, and I thank you very much for being here. But it's just to say, please give our condolences for the Daniel family. We have received the notes on Monday by Ambassador Mauricio Lírio. It was quite sad for us to know that he has lived so soon, but we try to honor his work, and he has a lot of work. And I know that my condolences for your team too, and our condolences from all the ones from the task force, because you know how difficult might be this week for you without Daniel. And please answer my questions about the WTO and then your final remarks. And I really, really thank you for this so fruitful, so inspiring words that you bring to us. In my name, and all the other people that are taking part of the T20 Brazil.
Thank you very much. I will convey Roberta how everybody is thinking of Danielle. You're very kind, and what I believe is that the complexity that we have today in the world, I think, oblige us to understand that no one has the right answers. No, here we're dealing with 20 countries that together are not only 80% of the world's GDP, but are also 75% of the world's emissions. So it is almost frightening to think that we, just the G20 countries together, could direct the world to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees. So only these countries, because we are also the biggest emitters, if we show in this G20 in Brazil that we are convinced of this path, we can really make an enormous change and support enormously the convention discussions. And this border, I will insist on that. Many people think, but the G20 should decide this, decide this, decide no. All the things on the convention have to be decided by consensus by 195 countries. We cannot substitute this dialogue with all the other countries. What we can is contribute as the most responsible, as the largest emitters, that we have a very special role and leadership to play. To do that, we have, first of all, convince our own countries. I think that this is an enormous challenge because we all have very different structures in our countries. And we have different challenges in our countries. I will only mention the case of Brazil, on how Brazil is has one of the strangest profiles of emissions in the world, because we have a huge economy, and at the same time, our biggest emissions are because of illegal deforestation. So how can a country like Brazil have this kind of circumstance, no? But this government has decided that it will work very strongly on controlling this deforestation, and the numbers are here. Fortunately, after 1 year, we have decreased 50% our deforestation. So somehow Brazil has this very special circumstance of having a reduction of 50% of its main emissions, so which are almost 50% of its emissions. So it is a drastic reduction. By having this drastic reduction, which is something that should not have happened, and we are very responsible. We all know about it. You and I know that very well in all our work all these years. We should have done this more before, but there were very complex circumstances recently. By fighting our main source of emission, we are going to completely change the profile of emissions of Brazil. No? And again, Brazil is an outlier in the sense that it's not going to be energy that is going to be our main emission. It's going to be the agriculture, and obviously we know that all this industry that has given amazing dynamic to Brazilian economy and is such an important proportion of our GDP, is also an important source of emissions. And cattle, as we all know, has a very strong impact. And then we're going to look at Brazilian economy in a different way. No? And I think this is the great challenge for all the members of the G20, is that we have to look at yourself, and you have to deal with the incoherences inside all of our countries. So sometimes people say, no, because this country is in the right path. There are countries that are very much in the right path, but some sectors of this country are exasperated by this agenda. And this is happening with every country, from Germany to Brazil, or passing through France and Japan. All our countries have some sectors that are very, very delicate to deal with. So to change this perception inside countries, I believe that only science, intelligence, knowledge can bring that change. And that is where think tanks have an absolute central role. And they have also central role because national think tanks are the ones that are analyzing the countries from with the legitimacy of the fact that they are in the country and that they understand the country in its own idiosyncratic way. All countries are idiosyncratic. So I think that this is the role of think tanks that is very legitimate, because every country in the world hates when another country tells them what they have to do. But when it comes from its own society, when it comes legitimately by its academia, by its science, by the business, by the civil society, all this makes a completely different change. I mean, I think no Brazilian will be against a decision that is based on data and thinking that comes from our own country and that has involved people in our own country. So I believe this is the great contribution that we are expecting, is the legitimacy of the internal debate. And because be it the United States or be Brazil, where we grew up, you see the United States also hates when someone comes from outside and says you should do this and that. No, nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. But this movement inside countries is what can be generated by think tanks, and that's why this will help governments, will help states to go in directions that they know have the legitimacy of being something that has truly taken into consideration the exceptionality of each of our countries.
Thank you very, very much, Ambassador, for this time with us. And thank you also for being with us in our first side event together with C20 in the COP28. It was very special for us to have you there. I know that the dialogue with you is always fruitful and easy, so we can continue going on. This is the first inception, then we have other events and conference, and you can count on you and your team. And thank you very much. And see you soon.
I hope to see you very soon. Thank you very much for all. And we definitely are in this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luciana. Thank you for leading us through this enlightening conversation. Thank you so much, Ambassador. It means a lot to have you here with us. And if I may add another topic to this conversation, Ambassador mentioned the importance, the role of think tanks, the importance of science, intelligence, knowledge, and good data. I would like to add the importance of dialogues like this, the importance of dialoguing between our task forces, other engagement groups, and the Sherpa and the finance track, the working groups of G20. So please count on us. If you feel like we should be organizing another dialogue, extra conversations, side events, we are here to keep this dialogue alive and keep the interaction between T20, the engagement groups, and also the Sherpa and the finance track. So please, you are more than welcome to stay with us. The next session of our T20 Inception is on sustainable development and energy transitions. So feel free to stay with us, but also feel free to close your camera and leave us right now, because we know you have a pretty busy agenda. But thank you once again. Now, We will move to the second part of the day, the presentations of Task Forces 2 and 5. And I would like to invite Celine Kaufman. She is a Chief Programs Officer at the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations in France, and one of the co-chairs of Task Force number 2 on Sustainable Climate Action and Inclusive Just Energy Transition. Celine will walk us through Task Force's 2 main features and objectives, and she will also be moderating the dialogue with the co-chairs of each subtopic of Task Force 2. And after that, we'll have around 10 minutes of Q&A. Celine, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Luciana. It's a pleasure to be with you. I hope you hear me well. Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, and especially to intervene on Task Force 2 after the very eloquent intervention of Ambassador Correa do Lagos. So you introduced me. I'm indeed the head of the programs at IDRI, which is a Paris-based think tank working on sustainable development and international relations. And I have the pleasure to co-lead the Task Force 2 together with Mayara Foley of Plataforma SIPO and a fantastic team that I want to thank here. I also have the pleasure of working alongside some 20 also think tanks that form the task force, and they are both very diversified and diverse in the task force from different countries and different regions of the world. And they're also very committed and very active. And I really would like to thank them warmly for their work in the task force and in the selection of the abstracts in particular. So you mentioned it, the task force is focused on sustainable climate action and inclusive just energy transitions. And what it does, it focuses very much, or it is dedicated to addressing the critical facets of climate action with a particular emphasis on issues related to energy transitions and a central focus on inclusivity and justice. And of course, and Ambassador Correa reminded us, this is a topic where the G20 can play a critical role, given their economic weight, their carbon footprint, their share of the population. G20 countries, we believe, have a leading role to play in showing the way, leading by example in particular, especially when it comes to an orderly energy transition, including a phasing out of fossil fuels, but not only. The ambassador reminded us that Brazil's emissions do not necessarily come from their energy mix, but also to help unlock investment and sustainable finance needed to scale up renewable energy and support transition. So we see the G20 as a critical leader and power in this perspective. And it's also very timely after the COP28. Again, Ambassador reminded us of the advances that were brought by the COP, that in the end gave some high-level directions coming out of the global stocktake, but for which the implementation means still need to be a lot catalyzed and fully understood. It is particularly important in the context of the new or the negotiation of the new collective quantified goal on finance that is due to be adopted at the end of this year at COP29 in Azerbaijan, but also the new nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, which need to be adopted by COP30 in Brazil. So we believe in the task force that the mandate of the task force is very much aligned with the 3 priorities that are put forward by Brazil for its G20, combating hunger, poverty, and equality, not the least because climate change, we know, will impact in particular vulnerable countries and communities, and also because of the importance of designing policies that do not embed inequality in themselves and address the existing inequality. Promoting sustainable development across its 3 pillars is at the heart of the discussion, of course, because for a sustainable development and combating climate change, energy transition, we need an approach that embraces the economics, but also the social and the environmental pillars. And of course, this, given the global, let's say, level of the challenge, we need global governance that can embrace the different faces of the issues. The task force covers a wide range of topics, which typically reflects the pervasive aspect of the transition at stake, the importance of bringing together the environmental, the social, and the economic dimensions together to make the transition work. So we have 7 subtopics as part of the task force, be it focusing on sustainable, inclusive, just energy transition, the importance of a low carbon economy and sustainable consumption and production, which is the second one, fostering investment and open innovation for the bioeconomy and nature-based solutions, which is the third one, investing in sustainable, inclusive, and resilient infrastructure, which is the fourth one, optimizing access to multilateral and climate funds and leveraging private capital for climate finance, the fifth one, operationalizing climate justice through financing and technology transfer, which is the sixth one, and implementing just sustainability reporting requirements, which is the seventh one. Given the wide coverage of the task force that you can see through the 7 subtopics, we obviously have very strong links with the other task forces in particular, and I'm going to mention 3, but there are, relevant synergies with the others as well. But from what we've seen of the discussions and the abstracts that were submitted, we have in particular a strong synergy with Task Force 3 on reforming the international and financial architecture, Task Force 4 on trade and investment for sustainable development, and Task Force 6 on strengthening multilateralism and global governance. And we will be keen with the task force members to actually reach out to the other task force and discuss to make the recommendation more impactful and possibly less redundant. So a very important task on our plate for the coming weeks and months. Sorry. We have also identified that through the different subtopics of the task force, we can potentially feed into 7 or more G20 working groups and other platforms, obviously directly into the task force for global mobilization against climate change, but also the initiative on bioeconomy, the sustainable finance working group, the energy transition working group, the climate and environmental sustainability working group, the infrastructure working group, and the agriculture working group. You can see the challenge as well that comes with that very broad scope of activity and relevance of the work of the task force. And of course, beyond the G20, the task force is very relevant for other international processes. And to echo the very eloquent intervention of Ambassador Correa do Lago, fighting climate change and transitioning away from carbon-intensive energy has started to be mainstream across the multilateral system. So there is a very, of course, relevant discussions happening at COPs, be it COP29, COP30, but also, through the platform that was launched by the Emirates, the Troika, that is making a bridge between the 3 presidencies. But also, the discussion is, of course, very relevant to the reform of the international financial architecture with the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF that are taking place alongside the G20 meetings, but also discussions taking place in various sectoral and multilateral fora. And I think one of the challenges that we face as well is to identify these relevant fora where the messages can also resonate with the work that is taking place. Just a word on the abstracts that we've received. Given the broad coverage of the task force and the visible interest from the different think tanks, we have received more than 200 abstracts, 205, and we have actually selected more or less 2/3 of these abstracts, but you can see still 130. And in particular, subtopic 1 and 2 receive more or less half of these abstracts, so 100 of these abstracts on energy transition and sustainable consumption and production. So here again, the internal challenge will be to converge around a limited number of very specific key messages and recommendations that can be taken up by the G20 and possibly beyond, feed in the COP process and the wealth of multilateral processes and initiatives are relevant to the topic. And of course, for us, the external challenge is to be aware of what's happening in these fora, be they the G20 related fora or the other international fora, to be able to actually tailor and focus our recommendations, as well as to find the channel to influence the discussion. But enough about this quite generic positioning. I think it's much better that you hear from the fantastic lineup of the topic chairs that have joined the Inception meeting, what has happened across the 7 subtopics. So without further ado, let me pass on the floor to Stefania Redva, who is senior consultant with the Institute in charge of energy transition in Brazil, and which is part of the subtopic on fostering sustainable, inclusive, and just energy transition. Stefania, I hope you're with us.
Yeah. Good morning from Brazil. Yes, I'm here. So, can I share my screen? I have a brief presentation here. Is that a problem?
I don't know if you can do it.
It seems I can. I will try, okay? Just a minute, please. All right, so can you see my
Yes.
Yeah, it's working. Okay, nice. So yeah, I'm here to talk briefly about the results of the subgroup 2.1, fostering sustainable, inclusive, and just energy transitions from the task force 2. I'm Stefania Helva. Milena was supposed to present this for you, but she has an unforeseen issue and could make it, so I will be presenting in her place. In regards our subtopic, it has a central focus on the inclusivity and justice. So the main idea is to develop policy proposals ensuring a fair and accessible shift to sustainable energy. And the key issues include promoting equitable energy transitions, supporting workers affected by transition patterns, and mitigating adverse impacts associated with energy transition process, such as the extraction of critical materials and the reduction of biofuels. So in this sense, the main topic, the main objectives of the subtopic is to ensure a justice in energy transition process to all countries. So all countries may have the opportunity may have access to the possibility to perform a just transition, but also inside the country. So the local communities, each regions of the countries may also have the opportunity and the access to a just transition. It's also a main objective of the subtopic to support workers in sectors most affected by the transition patterns and mitigate adverse environmental, social, and economic impacts associated with energy transition process. Regarding the SDGs, the main SDGs related to the subtopics are 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13. I'm sorry. I just saw here. I didn't change the presentation. I'm really sorry. So this was the first topics that I just talked about, and moving on to the next ones. In regards to other task force aligned with our subtopics, we notice the task force optimizing access to multilateral and climate fundings and leveraging private capital for climate finance. We had a lot of abstracted that are also related to financing. So we understand that this task force is very related to our work, and both task force share a common goal of enhancing climate financing and supporting sustainable policies. We understand that collaborating with this task force could offer important insights to effectively financing energy transition projects, particularly in developing countries, which is every time it's always a big worry. In regards to the abstract submitted to our subtopic, we received 63 abstracts, and we noticed that these abstracts were most related to financing and, as I said, and sustainable policies mechanisms to support energy transition efforts. They highlight some need of innovative approach to mobilize resources for energy transition projects. We also noted that many abstracts presented a successful financing methodology to address energy transition challenges. But we also noted few reference to industrial decarbonization and energy transition and industrial sector, which is such important topic when we talk about energy justice and just energy transition. We at T+, we understand that energy transition is not an end in itself. It's a process in which we can achieve decarbonized goods and more green jobs and opportunities and a more equitable social development. So this approach, we missed this approach in the abstract submitted to our task force. So these are our main considerations about the abstracts. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Stefania. That was super clear overview of the abstract that we received and the focus on finance, but also the diversified scope of what we received. I understand that Monique Atugia was going to present for the third subtopic, has to leave soon. So Shuva, you will excuse me. I'm going to give the floor to Monique to present the topic on fostering investment and open innovation for socio-bioeconomy and nature-based solutions before I go back to subtopic 2. Monique, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. So I'll just subtopic 3, and the other members of the subtopic besides myself, I'm the nature market lead at Nature Finance, are Alexander Ryota-Keeley from the Urban Institute at the Kyoto University of Japan, and also Igor Makarov from the High School of Economics in Russia. In this subtopic, we hope to explore the various conceptualizations of the bioeconomy and its applications across and within G20 countries, especially in relation to cross-cutting issues, including trade, implications across agriculture and health sectors, critically as a climate and biodiversity loss mitigation and adaptation strategy, as well as an enabling framework in the transition to a more nature positive and equitable economy, which the ambassador spoke very clearly to. So this topic hopes to explore practical policy recommendations in light of this topic which I've just outlined, and also how we drive investment and innovation within the framework of the bioeconomy. Although this is the first year that the bioeconomy is being discussed within the context of the G20, many G20 countries already have policies and approaches for the bioeconomy. there is no single definition or agreed definition, but there are aligned approaches largely around 3 thematic axes, including biotechnology, which includes research, development, and innovation to do with bioresources, and then B, bioresources, which is particularly on the sustainable use of biodiversity, and C, bioecology, emphasizing the sustainable development more broadly, all of which can encompass nature-based solutions, regenerative agriculture, investment and practices, including agroforestry, as well as embedding indigenous and local knowledge into scaling these solutions. The main objective of our subtopic will be to mainstream the concept, to support G20 member countries in their conceptualization of what the framework could include and how to apply it in a national and international way. It will also be to emerge with strong and informative policy briefs, which can practically guide the discussions and implementation of the bioeconomy within the G20. And also critically to feed into Brazil's G20 bioeconomy initiative. We see this topic as being closely aligned with Task Force 1, Fighting Poverty, Hunger and Inequality, Task Force 4, Trade and Investment for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth, and Task Force 5, Inclusive Digital Transformation. We also received some really interesting and diverse abstracts, 23 in total. We recommended merging 3, which were quite similar, and accepted 14 in total. We think it's really telling that we got such diverse and interesting abstracts. Just to give you an example, we had an abstract on methane and waste management innovation and how it fits within the bioeconomy. We've also had a few abstracts on agroforestry and embedding indigenous knowledge and scaling nature-based solutions, as well as sort of broad and national level, country level approaches to the bioeconomy and implications, for example, in trade. So we're really excited about this topic. We think there's so much cross-cutting learnings to be shared and really excited to feed into the G20 more broadly. Thank you very much for letting me jump the queue and very excited to be part of this task force. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monique. So quite a new topic for the G20, but one where Brazil can clearly have a leadership role. So let's go back now, and thank you very much for your patience, to Shubha Raha, who is the head of new initiatives in the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, who is coordinating the subtopics on accelerating transition to a low carbon economy and sustainable consumption and production. Shubha, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Celine, and a very good morning, afternoon, and evening to colleagues across the world. It's evening here in India. And let me very quickly take you through our subtopic, which is on, like Celine said, on accelerating transition to a low carbon economy and social production consumption. The members of this task force are from the subtopic are from India, Brazil, and Germany. So I want to say hello to my colleague Kincho Dang from the council. Also from Brazil, we have Barbara Bresson and Emily Caroline Costa Silva of the CGEE, which is the Centro de Gestão Estudos Estratégicos. And from Germany, we have Fabian Barrera and Eileen Schockert of the Agora Industry, who've been working on this subtopic with us. Our main SDG in this is SDG 12, which is Sustainable Consumption and Production. And the main G20 working groups that we want to feed into are the Development Working Group and the Environment and Climate Sustainability. These are particularly relevant to us in India because, as you know, we hosted the G20 presidency and we were a core part of India's processes for this. The task forces that our content fits into, now that we've studied our policy brief abstracts, some of these are Task Force 1 on fighting inequities, poverty, and hunger, especially subtopic 2, which is on fostering food security and nutrition to sustainable food systems. Task Force 4, which covers trade and investment for sustainable and inclusive growth. Within this, again, subtopic 2 covers trade and investment, food security and climate action, and subtopic 6 deals with the changing features of global value chains. And we have also task force, the subtopic 6, Task Force 6, which is on strengthening multilateralism and global governance. within which we have G20's role in strengthening multilateralism. We have the role of non-state actors, NGOs, and subnational units. We have the subtopic 6, which is looking at assessing G20 pledges and actions that already exist. And subtopic 7, very important to us, which is the voices of Global South in global governance and its strengthening multilateralism. The objective of our subtopic, the overall ambition that has been defined by the Brazilian T20 task forces is to address the 3 interlinked global crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The specific objective of our subtopic is to propose context-specific policies that are aimed at fostering and accelerating sustainable production and consumption patterns, to make fundamental changes in the way that our societies produce and consume goods and services, and to do this while decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation, to promote and drive social and economic development within the carrying capacity of ecosystems. So that's quite a bit, but essentially what it says is that we're looking to maintain economic growth, especially of developing countries, but while addressing sustainable ways of making sure that our societies are not contributing to environmental degradation or pollution or biodiversity loss as we move towards becoming developed economies. The areas to be addressed by our subtopic across various economic sectors include 1, promoting sustainable lifestyles for climate action, accelerating transformations in industrial production in producing countries, promoting rapid deployment of low carbon technologies to transform the industrial sector, circular economy and eco-design from production and use perspectives, resource efficiency, including primary resource consumption and extended producer responsibility. This includes plastics and chemicals that harm ecosystems, as well as environmentally sound waste management and zero waste initiatives. The key challenges that face our topic of sustainable consumption and production are the need for a whole of society and whole of economy participation and transformation, in where it differs a little bit from siloed or sectoral transitions that are far more controlled and within certain ecosystems. We need to influence every single person and every single process. So this can happen at the individual level by nudging behaviors, enabling markets, and influencing policies. We also need industry to come on board to rethink global value chains while accelerating low carbon development of the industrial sector. Now, there is a lot of continuity from the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration and India's T20 communique, which is a very good thing because often thoughts are not carried through between G20, but here we have strong resonance. So a couple of the key outcomes of the India presidency at the individual level was that the G20 unanimously adopted the high-level principles on lifestyles for sustainable development. And a second point for industry was that there was an agreement to set up the Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy Industry Coalition within the B20 process. And we're also happy to say that at the Indian presidency, the African Union was included in the G20 process. So now we're covering far more countries with these principles than we were doing before last year. Some of the key decisions that were taken by the G20 India presidency that Brazil is carrying forward is to seek solutions that are embedded in cross-sectoral sustainability perspectives. So these are not siloed efforts. We're looking to seek consensus that accelerate the transformation of the industrial sector, like I've said. We want to place infrastructural resilience. We want to address access and equity issues. We want to look at the ethics. We want to look at intergenerational equity and trans-species balance. And we want to keep this at the core of our inclusive solutions that we propose. We want to support the implementation of the lifestyles principles through international cooperation, financial support, and the development, deployment, and dissemination of technological solutions. We want to build on existing G20 efforts like the G20 Resource Efficiency Dialogue that has been carrying on for several years now. We want to encourage international organizations to incorporate these principles into their programs and their initiatives as well. The briefs abstracts that have been approved, and we don't have the complete list yet, but the ones that we have very clear directions. Set of them reflect on the lifestyles for sustainable development. So they are individual-centric. They relate to climate literacy and resilience. They look at sustainable production consumption at the individual level. They look at operationalizing life in G20 countries. A second set address resource efficiency and circular economy of various sectors. So we have a lot of input on agriculture, land, and food systems, ranging from regulatory instruments that grant credit to the meat chain, to reconciling sustainable biofuels production and food security, to having public support for agriculture to accelerate agriculture to low carbon systems. We have a lot of input on industrial systems, which are circular economy, maximizing resource efficiency and promoting highly efficient appliances. And we have energy systems as well, which include the G20's high-level voluntary principles for hydrogen and applying them to industrial systems. We feel as a subtopic that all policy briefs should cover in the G20 context recommendations related to policy, finance, technology, and partnerships. It's been a great process so far. And with this, I hand it back over to Celine, with a thanks to my subtopic colleagues for the good work they've put in so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shubha. That's a fantastic overview of the topic that you are leading, and also a reminder that it's also sometimes very good to build on what has happened before and the ongoing processes to continue pushing in the direction of what has been done. Let me now turn to Juliana Luis, who is project manager at the Instituto Escolas for the subtopic on investing in sustainable, inclusive, and resilient infrastructure. Juliana, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Celine. Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Okay, great. Well, so first of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. My name is Juliana Luis, and I act as a project manager at the Instituto Escolas. Co-leading the work on subtopic 4 is me, but also Anita Prakash from the Economic Research Institute for Asian and East Asia of Indonesia, and Si Hee Chung from the Solutions for Climate of South Korea. Well, the infrastructure subtopic aims to discuss mechanisms that scale up investments for implementing sustainable infrastructures. The topic is specifically relevant for Global South countries, and it is expected to gain further attention at the next G20 presidency in the African continent. With that in mind, we received 30 abstracts. 10 were individually accepted, and other 4 were merged into 2 because of their similarities. This means that our subtopic expects to receive a total of 12 policy briefs. All abstracts, including those not shortlisted, raise the infrastructure discussion around at least one of 3 approaches: a sectoral approach, a spatial approach, and lastly, a social approach. About the first one, the sectoral approach, perhaps this is the most evident phase of infrastructure, as we pose and discuss challenges for improving infrastructure for energy, transport, telecommunications, among other sectors. Indeed, infrastructure is a key pillar for trade and commerce, so any debate around improving our sustainable practices must encompass the transition of infrastructure projects from gray to green. Moreover, infrastructure investments tend to be very expensive, while generating lock-in effects along the supply chain for many years ahead. This means that, in this sense, different abstracts emphasize guidelines for guaranteeing that pipeline of infrastructure investments are informed by standards, metrics, and models that help decision makers to better assess both physical and systemic risks, while monitoring the accomplishment of those standards and metrics. In this realm, we received abstracts discussing water, energy, transport, and health infrastructure, and some of them brought the perspective of how to enhance nature-based solutions. However, we did not receive abstracts posing the perspective of infrastructure for food system, an important issue for the Brazilian perspective, and mentioned by some of the co-chairs of Task Force 1 in the first day of the Inception Conference. The second approach identified among papers was the spatial approach. In here, this spatial approach is being used to emphasize a key focus of the subtopic, which is fostering climate-resilient cities in urban contexts. The interconnection between urbanization and infrastructure is quite relevant because the world is rapidly expanding the percentage of population living in urban areas. In here, key messages posed by abstracts resonate around climate mitigation, but also adaptation. Cities from the global north to global south are facing more and more the impacts of climate extremes and disasters, such as landslides, floods, and utilities disruptions. However, high-income countries have better urban infrastructures and resources to cope with those challenges in comparison to medium and low-income countries. In this regard, different abstracts emphasize recommendations towards international cooperation, better investment flows for low and middle income countries, as well as improving local government capacities to access resources and implement sustainable infrastructure projects. There are some accepted papers across all task forces raising the city level perspective that can take advantage of a closer discussion with infrastructure. And lastly, there's the third approach, the social one, which can be also renamed as the inequality approach, covering both sectoral lenses and space lenses in a transversal way. Inequalities in infrastructure accessibility and quality will occur within and among countries. And as mentioned before, the cascading effects of failures in infrastructure, as well as the impact of extreme events, have different impacts on the ground, especially among the most vulnerable communities. While pipeline of investments must deal with the assessment of physical risks, the social dimension also advocates for the prioritization of projects with higher economic, social, and environmental positive impacts. This means that project planning and monitoring must encompass assessments for identifying vulnerabilities and inequalities, guaranteeing that infrastructures do no harm while leveraging better conditions on the ground. The abstracts with a stronger social approach highlighted recommendations for countries to better incorporate bottom-up solutions and best practices, to foster alternative governance arrangements, to discuss how to better translate global targets and goals according to local and social contexts, and of course, to upstream other risks beyond the physical ones when assessing infrastructure investments. Yesterday, Tatiana Rosito commented about the need to mainstream the inequality issue in the macroeconomic policies. This is also the case for infrastructure recommendations, guidelines, and policies. Well, this was the overview of subtopic 4 of the Task Force 2, so I'll give the floor to Celine. Thank you all.
Well, Juliana, thank you very much. That was really fantastic, exhaustive overview, and thank you also for the reminder of what we may be missing in terms of the abstracts and for the need for the connection, in particular to Task Force 1 in the month ahead, to be sure that we cover that ground as well. So now let me turn to Frank Schroeder, who is Senior Policy Advisor at 3G, to cover the topic on optimizing access to multilateral and climate funds and leveraging private capital for climate finance. Frank, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I don't know, I'm using Celine's login because I had a problem to access today, so I may appear as Celine. So I'm Frank Schroeder. I'm with think tank E3G, an organization working on the political economy on climate change, and representing subtopic 5, as Celine said, together with my co-collaborators, Marina Caetano from Instituto Italiano Brazil and Fatih Yilmaz from CAPSAG in Saudi Arabia. We have been quite a dynamic team and really enjoying working together. The topic obviously focuses on access to climate funds, and I think in terms of framing, it's important to emphasize that the Paris Agreement clearly states that institutions, in particular funds under the Framework Convention, shall ensure efficient access to financial resources to address climate change. This is an important point, particularly for low-income countries. And so when we are talking about access, the subtopic aims to broaden access, reduce bureaucracy, streamline application processes, and increase the capacity to mobilize both public and private resources. And as we were reminded yesterday by Ambassador Tatiana Rosito, a particular focus here in the G20 context is on the main multilateral climate funds, because available resources are currently not spent or invested for the intended purposes due to bureaucratic issues, not streamlined application processes. And as a result, funding has, in some instances, failed to reach its intended recipients. Particular projects in poor and developing countries, have not materialized as originally envisioned. And the second part, which is more about the catalyzing of finance of our sub-theme, is really to emphasize the importance of concessional resources, because we are talking here, when we talk about climate funds, about donations and loans that can leverage much larger volumes of resources. And this, of course, is particularly important in times of budget constraints and when fiscal space is limited. So therefore, it's really the scope of the challenge to bring investments to scale in view of the climate emergency we're experiencing is very important. So particular focus then here is on what kind of financial innovation can be applied, how these resources can be spent to leverage much larger resources, particular of the private sector, but also how these funds have a role to play as a financial intermediary, bringing together the public and the private sector to address funding gaps in developing countries. As some of you may know, at COP28, this was particularly being discussed and with the different climate funds, and there was an agreement that this should be tackled. Now I want to talk a little bit about the abstracts, and we have received a total for this sub-theme 16 abstracts and have approved a little bit more than half of them. This is a very specific topic, and authors have addressed or proposed research topics from different angles. On the one hand, there were suggestions for sectorial approaches. Access to finance for specific basic services were quite prominent. Here, we're talking about access to energy, water, health, social protection were mentioned in the abstracts, but also focusing on transition finance for sectors such as agriculture, management of forest, as well as carbon markets. And other abstracts focused more on the allocation of resources. And here in particular, there was a lot of mentioning of financing gaps related to adaptation. And then there were a few abstracts and also covering blended finance, how to better leverage private finance. We received some very innovative proposals. Just to name a few here, how to improve risk-return profiles in Africa, how to use carbon credits for the energy transition, here in particular for early retirement of coal power plants. And I think going forward, what's now really important is, as Ambassador Tatiana Rosito reminded us yesterday, is how to translate this important research into action-oriented proposals that become useful for G20 members. And also to contribute to the independent review of the climate funds I mentioned earlier that the G20 will be undertaking. We feel there definitely is a clear synergy here to Task Force 3, which is focusing on reform of the international financial architecture. And we are looking very much forward to collaborate with our colleagues from Task Force 3 on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. As you said, I mean, it's a critical topic for the G20. Finance is also a topic that we can see appearing in other subtopics of the task force and in other task force as well. So it's very important for us to connect the dots across the different platforms. Now let me go to Alex Blankenstein, Program Head at Climate and Natural Resources, at SAIA, the South African Institute of International Affairs. And Alex is going to cover the topic on operationalizing climate justice through financing and technology transfer. Alex, are you on the Zoom? And the floor is yours.
Yes, perfect. Let me just check. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Excellent. I'll proceed. So, firstly, just to acknowledge other members of our group, Diego Azi with the Brazilian Foreign Policy Observatory, and Nicolas Bahut at the Asian Development Bank Institute. So, as you've heard, we're responsible for the subtopic operationalizing climate justice through financing and technology transfer. Also, as you've heard from some of the other subtopics dealing with finance, so there definitely are strong connections both within the task force and then with related task force. But firstly, just a little bit on the focus here. I think the key lies in that word operationalizing, trying to find concrete pathways. We all know that there's a need to support more fair, more equitable access to climate finance, to support energy transition, also support the adaptation agenda. And then finally, something that's maybe has received less attention is the aspect of technology transfer and co-developments. And the context of this, of course, is understanding the deep structural inequalities and discrimination, even, and injustices related to access to finance and to technology. So really, in terms of the focus, it's thinking through how some of these structural barriers can be addressed. We're looking for new thinking, understanding also that technology and finance are intimately linked. Of course, you need the finance to develop and support and deploy the technology, but also the fact that both finance and technology are so extremely unequally distributed. They're essential to support and enable a climate resilient societies, and particularly in those countries that are most exposed to climate change and least able to adapt. And we know that historically those are also the countries that have contributed least to climate change. So the linkages, as I said, there are many at the G20 level. Obviously, the Task Force for Global Mobilization Against Climate Change, also linkages with the Sustainable Finance Working Group, Energy Transitions Working Group, Climate and Environmental Sustainability, and then within the T20, I think multiple connecting points with other task forces, perhaps particularly Task Force 1 on fighting inequalities, poverty and hunger, and Task Force 3 on reforming international financial architecture. We did not receive quite so many abstracts as the first two subtopics. We had just over 20 abstracts submitted. We brought those down to around 15. As you can imagine, with such a broad topic, there is a wide diversity of ideas, themes reflected in those abstracts. Some quite specific issues in the finance front, such as the question of IMF special drawing rights, which of course is a big debate within global financial reform as well. The loss and damage debate, that abstract looking particularly at operationalizing access to finance for loss and damage with urban communities. So again, you can hear some are quite specific in their focus. And I think part of the challenge, I think, as some of the other co-chairs have also mentioned, is ensuring that the big issue, the framing issues, don't get lost within some of these quite specific policy briefings. But I think as the process runs through and co-chairs liaise with each other in these discussions, we'll be able to make sure that appropriate framing is put in place. Specific methodologies for targeting financing towards the most vulnerable, abstracts on taxation, reforestation, the role of carbon markets in supporting access to climate finance, looking at some very kind of practical, actionable solutions for technology transfer. And then in terms of those structural inequalities and structural issues, also abstracts dealing with youth participation and youth access to climate finance, gender dimensions, and interestingly, the climate health nexus. So quite a broad diversity of issues. I think we're kind of looking forward to receiving those policy briefings and drawing out some of the key messages from those. I would also say, our own institute, South African Institute of International Affairs, we're also looking at the connections between the Brazilian presidency and South Africa's upcoming presidency, and working towards, some T20 side events specifically to promote collaboration, coordination, shared messaging between Brazil and South Africa. I'll be sharing updates on that with the group. So yes, that was a very quick overview of where we're at, and I think a very exciting topic to be working on.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you for mentioning the bridge between the Brazil G20 presidency and the South African G20 presidency, because those will be important continuity factors as well. Before I go to the last subtopic, let me highlight that the organizers have told me that we have until more or less 10 a.m. Brazil time. If we don't have time for questions, I hope the organizers can actually share the contacts of everyone so that there can be, follow-up discussions. And we will need for Task Force 2 to have follow-up discussions with many of you, so we welcome that. But let me now turn to Raisa Sare, who's been very patient, who is the policy coordinator for Latin America of the Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP, and is coordinating the topic on implementing just sustainability reporting requirements. Raisa, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm gonna be quick so we can respect the time of 10 a.m. I just like to acknowledge other members of the subtopic 7. I'm here with my colleague Huma Saif, who is based in our India office. Also participating in the subtopic, we have Guven Sak and Ambassador Borzuk Aran from the Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey, and also Joyza Dutra and Diogo Lisbona Romeiro from FGV here in Brazil as well. So as Celine mentioned, we are co-chairing implementing the subtopic 7, implementing just sustainability reporting requirements, the role of ESG metrics. So what's the main goal of this subtopic? First of all, we want to highlight approaches and practices that foster, first of all, transparency. That is essential when you're talking about ESG, accountability, and standardization concerning companies' ESG metrics and taxonomies. So we actually can speak the same language and understand what is being developed in each country. By fostering a comprehensive understanding and application of these metrics, we aim to explore pathways to encourage both private and public companies, as well as financial institutions, to play a more effective role in shaping just and sustainable trade and investment flows globally. So one thing that I'd like to highlight is that, as some colleagues mentioned, the discussion needs to be useful for G20. So we need to connect what we are discussing inside the subtopic with the priorities of the Brazilian presidency and what is being discussed in the Sustainable Finance Working Group. So thinking about ESG metrics, one thing that I like to highlight is that the Sustainable Finance Working Group is discussing one specific topic that relates directly to what we are going to discuss in our priorities. The point is implementing sustainability reporting requirements that are for all, including small and medium enterprises and developing economies. So with this, we think about the priorities of this specific subtopic. We have 3 priorities. First, the specific challenges of implementing sustainability reporting for SMEs and developing economies and their solutions. Second, the digital tools available to enhance sustainability reporting. And third, lessons learned from G20 countries to support the development of international standards to improve ESG reporting and implementation. Considering that, we have received only 9 abstracts, is the list from all of other subtopics, as we saw. 6 of them were approved. Because we don't have too many, I'm just going to mention we have received some. One that I would like to highlight: integrating biodiversity and social inclusion into G20 sustainable finance taxonomies. So we are not thinking only about climate. We are also thinking and going beyond, thinking about the biodiversity and how this relates to taxonomies. Social issues also being considered in sustainable finance taxonomies. We have received also some more sectorial abstracts, one focused on national oil companies, for example. And it's going to be really interesting to understand how this is going to play out and what we're going to get from this abstracts. Just to finalize this overview, one thing that I would like to have seen, considering the priorities and how we want to develop these discussions inside subtopic 7, it's something more focused on SMEs. We haven't received any abstract focus on SMEs and the challenges, because when you're thinking about reporting, when you're thinking about SMEs, it is a challenge by itself regarding capacity building, regarding the information and data collection. And without that, I think we are going to miss out also on some relevant discussions, also thinking about what the Sustainable Finance Work Group is bringing to the table and wants to see. So I think that's the last thing I would like to highlight, considering that. And remember that data is something that is holistic. It crosses all task forces. And without data, you don't know where you're coming from and where you want to go. So this is definitely a relevant point that needs to be in the discussion. So Celine, back to you at 10 a.m. on the...
Fantastic. Thank you, Raisa. And also to mention that there are probably bridges to be drawn with the Task Force 4 on Trade and Investment for Sustainable Development, which I understand is also covering some of the reporting standards out there. So maybe we need to check on the SME dimension whether they have received anything. Well, I hope we gave you an idea of the wealth of topics that we are covering and of contributions that we've received. Again, do not hesitate to reach to any of us. Very happy to continue the discussion. And with that, I hand back to you, Luciana, and thank you very much for the opportunity again.
Thanks to you, Celine. Excellent, excellent job. I will now just pass the floor to Bruno Bioni. Bruno is the founding director of Data Privacy Brazil and one of the co-chairs of Task Force 5 on inclusive digital transformation. For this session, we will follow the same dynamic as the previous one. So after Bruno and the co-chairs of each subtopic, we'll have 10 minutes Q&A if there are any questions. Bruno, please, the floor is yours. Are you there? Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm here. So thank you, Luciana, for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So as I was introduced before, my name is Bruno Bioni, and alongside Anirban Sarma from Observer Research Foundation and Jacqueline Pigato from Data Privacy Brazil, I serve as one of the co-chairs of the Inclusive Digital Transformation Task Force, and I'm one of the founder executive directors of Data Privacy Brazil. For those that are unfamiliar, Data Privacy Brazil is an intersection space between a school and a research association, and it's a founder member of Digital Rights Global South Alliance, focusing on data justice. I'd like first and foremost to extend my gratitude to T20's organized committee, FUNAG, Ambassador Marcela Loureiro, Minister Almir Nascimento, Sebri, Julia Leite, and Luciana here with us today. And lastly, but not most important, Luciana Servo and Fabio Veras for the leadership. And a special acknowledgement goes to the stellar group of 22 people who comprise our task force, representing both the Global South and the Global North on equal footing. Before delving deeper into the 6 policy areas of our subtracks, I'd like to give a quicker overview about the ongoing work of the entire task force. We received almost 200 abstracts and approximately 100 proposals were selected for the second assessment round. While it remains a considerable volume to be featured, we are excited because of the high quality level of the ideas presented. Quantitatively, as we can highlight it in the second round, the topic of artificial intelligence emerged as one of the most prominent. We received more than 50 submissions, and which is very aligned with the Ambassador Mauricio's leaders' observation during the first day of the Inception Conference that such topic is also a priority in the Sherpa's track. The second most submitted subtract focus on global digital governance, 31 submissions, followed by platformization of public service, 28 submissions, meaningful connectivity, 25 submissions, and digital technologies for SDGs and decent work. And lastly, data protection, cybersecurity, about around 24 and 20 proposed submissions. Qualitatively, the intersectionality, I think it's a good word to describe a pattern of all the subtracts, in the sense that digital technology should be rooted to address the most fundamental and pressuring issues such as climate justice, work skills and education, gender and race discrimination, and mainly global governance deficits, about how we can frame a global governance discussions to deal with those transversal topics such as artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and so forth. So this led us and demand us how this agenda could be related to other task force, to name one, Task Force 3, that was presented here today, and even mention explicitly about the intersection between digital technology to accelerate our green transition, and other engagement groups, to name a few: Labor 20, related to the agenda of decent work; Women 20, because of the gender violence that we are seeing in digital platforms and online environment, and how we could work together aiming to build a more just world and sustainable planet with fewer inequalities, hunger, and poverty, resonating the Brazilians' president's priorities for G20 this year, which is also reflected in a policy continuity timeline, considering previous G20 presidencies, especially from the Global South countries, and looking ahead to the next year in South Africa. So to conclude, and making my words the Tatiana Rosito's words during the second day of our Inceptions Conference, in particular, I think the Inclusive Digital Transformation Task Force, we face a challenge of being precise and assertive in scoping out our core ideas of our group to engage in a fruitful conversations with governmental track, but also, I would say, the importance of engaging with other stakeholder groups engagement towards a potential, I don't know, maybe joint declarations amplifying our voice and networks influence within this economic forum. And with this in mind, I would like to pass the floor for our task force members, because then we can reflect together what we see as a subtopics and main objectives of each subtrack. What are the other task force that we see being closely aligned with our subtopics efforts? And lastly, but not least, what are the reflections of the abstracts that were submitted so far, and what are the main ideas? So I'd like to pass the floor for Christian Kastrop, Managing Partner of Global Solutions Initiative, and Alexandre Barbosa. Both are members of the Subtrack 1 on digital connectivity and meaningful connectivity. The floor is yours, Alexandre and Christian, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruno, for this nice introduction. And good morning or good afternoon, wherever you listen, to everybody, and great congrats to the organizers for this interesting day. So as I'm already introduced, I just mentioned that I also speak today on behalf of Dr. Alison Gilwald from Research ICT Africa and the chair of Subtrack 5.1 on digital inclusion and meaningful and universal connectivity. So, and as already mentioned again by Bruno, Alexandra will also have an intervention in some seconds. So yeah, I just wanted to remind you that our subtrack, of course, is linked to the Task Force 5. It's the inclusive digital transformation. And of course, the core, as we all see it is responsible for promoting discussions around the topics broadly related to digital economy and digital transformation, and accomplishing also with that outline the sustainable development goals and promoting inclusivity. So subtrack 5.1 focuses on digital inclusion and meaningful universal connectivity, emerges as a critical cross-cutting area within the scope of the G20 Brazilian presidency's agenda. Though this subtrack also covers and interrelates, of course, with various other subtracks, and it should underpin the critical importance of digital access and, of course, literacy as foundational elements for socio-economic development and inclusion. So in an increasingly digitalized world, of course, inclusive and equitable digital access has really become essential for democratic participation and socio-economic prosperity. It has been identified as a key variable for achieving several of the SDGs. So currently, the situation is not that nice. So a large part of people across the world lack meaningful access to digital tools and services, particularly in the global south. As a result, these individuals not only miss out on growing opportunities which afforded online, including public services, but they are either even invisible or underrepresented in the giant data sets used for LLM and AI training that shaping social and economic engagement right now and will be even more in the future. So without urgent, innovative, and targeted solutions, the global process of digitalization will amplify historical inequalities existing between and within nations, particularly at the intersections of inequalities like disability, gender, and race. So Subtrack 5.1 aims to promote ideas for meaningful, equitable, universal connectivity in order to achieve more just outcomes across the globe. So the subtrack emerges therefore as a critical cross-cutting area within the scope of the G20 Brazilian presidency's agenda. It is basic to and thus interrelates with all the other subtopics with the T5 calling for an inclusive digital transformation. So now I hand over for a while the floor to my colleague Alexandre to present the brief summary of the abstract we have received. Please, Alexandre.
Thank you very much, Christian, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to make this very brief presentation to provide you with an overview of the abstract that we have received. We also have received very interesting abstracts, and we received a total of 25 abstracts, out of which we have approved 15 abstracts. And the selected abstracts collectively emphasize the G20's commitment to addressing digital divides, enhancing global connectivity, and ensuring that digital advancements are both inclusive and universally meaningful. And what we did, we categorized it into 6 broad thematic areas, and I'm going through them very briefly. These 6 categories encapsulate the diverse array of topics and insights presented, and the following thematic areas have been emerging as critical areas for action The first area is related to affordability of connectivity. And affordability remains, as was presented by many abstracts, significant barriers, particularly for low middle income households and the majority of people in the large informal sectors of the global economy. It is important to highlight that those abstracts, they explore avenues for making digital services more accessible through new alternative policy and regulatory frameworks, business model, drawing on collaborative partnerships. The second category has to do with the community empowerment and grassroots initiatives that, of course, plays a critical role in promoting digital awareness, literacy, and meaningful participation, especially in marginalized community. A third category is related to investment in digital infrastructure and innovation. This was a very interesting area that many abstracts have highlighted the importance of investment and innovation approach. So it was highlighted that it is crucial for achieving universal connectivity, and we need greater investment in both existing digital infrastructure, including networks and data management systems, as well as the adopting of new technologies, such as 5G, for instance, and other digital emerging technologies such as blockchain, and the promotion of innovation ecosystems to drive sustainable digital growth. To this point, it is important to emphasize that the primary broadband internet demand constraints in many countries are demand side. So this was the third category. The next category is related to disaggregated data, the need to have data for evidence policymaking. It was already highlighted in the past days and even today. And this is because primary constraints to broadband internet network, we know, are demand side constraints, and there's a need, a real need for disaggregated public digital data and indicators for evidence-based policy. And in order to implement the harmonization of data that is desired by many international organizations that are setting up methodological standards such as ITU. And this point was also highlighted by the Brazilian Minister of Communication in a recent workshop that was highlighted this point. Another point, another category was related to competition, regulation, and autonomous capacitated institution. In this regard, the abstract, they highlight critical issues to producing and enabling an enabling environment conducive to continuous investment needed in the next generation networks and fiber builds. So competition regulation was a very important topic. And the last category was related to multi-sector collaboration, which is key to identify innovative solutions that bridge the digital divide and ensure equitable access to digital resources and opportunities. This includes collaboration amongst government, private sector, civil society, academia, and international organizations to address the barriers to digital inclusion. So this was a very brief overview outlining the categories that we have grouped down the abstract, these 6 thematic areas, and it gives you an idea of the potential that we have to get really good recommendations from the abstracts that we have received. Now I give back the floor to Christian to conclude our intervention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexandre. Just to come back for a second, so I guess the provided abstracts really encapsulate now a very wide-ranging discourse on enhancing digital inclusion and overcoming the socio-economic disparities engendered by the digital divide, and while intensifying processes of datafication and digitalization, present new opportunities for economic growth and development, they also necessitates careful policy consideration to ensure these advancements lead really to inclusive benefits rather than exacerbating existing inequalities. So it is evident that the G20, along with various stakeholders, possesses the significant potential really to bridge the digital divide by implementing comprehensive and targeted policies, so policy solutions. And these efforts are crucial for the cultivation of an inclusive digital economy, which is so needed for the new global governance. So these efforts are really important. And the policy papers we looked at in the discussion anticipating also, and they will yield substantial contributions that will be also an input, instrumental input in formulating recommendations for the G20 nations with the objective of promoting equitable access to digital technologies and fostering global economic growth. So thank you very much. I hope I see a lot of you in Berlin, 6th and 7th of May at the Global Solution Summit. Take care.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Alexandre. I'd like to hand over to Caroline Keane, lead researcher of Institute and Development Society. And I'd like to kindly ask you for the next speakers to be concise because we are a little bit behind of the scheduled time of the conference. The floor is yours, Caroline, please.
All right, thank you very much, Bruno. So I am in the group that's leading the subtrack on digital transformation and platformization of public services. I am actually a member of that team, and it's co-chaired by Asta Kapoor from Apta Institute in India, and the other member of the team is Carolina Rossini from DataSphere Initiative. I am a research fellow and digital cluster lead from the Institute of Development Studies in the UK, and we are actually studying this particular area quite significantly given the number of disruptions and the era we are in at the moment. The aim of this particular subtrack is to look at the potential of digital transformation in public services and platformization, as well as looking at the adoption of new technologies like artificial intelligence and the hype around it, to make sure that these technologies and the transformation processes are more inclusive, accessible, user-friendly, efficient, and accountable. This particular track actually is quite well aligned with all the other tracks. However, it tries to look at more of the actual processes in the design and actual implementation of public services. So at the moment, we have a situation where governments and other actors are under a lot of pressure to make sure they embed democratic values in the design and governance of digital platforms for public services. The various actors are under pressure, but we're also experiencing a lot of issues around a lack of representation and active engagement in actually what goes into the design of public services. With these different gaps that exist between the actors, where we have government, the private sector, but also citizens and civil society, it is actually becoming a challenge for these actors to actively engage in promoting the use of these technologies, but also making sure that they are fair and accountable for the end users. This track was looking at inviting policy briefs around user research and user experience design of these technologies, strengthening digital capacity and resilience with public services, maintaining and aligning those offline and online public services to make sure that the introduction of the digitalization of public services is actually implemented in a progressive way, and then good practices around digital architectures and path technological dependencies. The alignment with other task forces, over the past 2 days, it has been extremely interesting to see and to listen to the various task forces, and you could see that Task Force 5 actually cuts across all the different task forces in different ways. I'll only speak of like 3, for example. Task Force 1 on fighting inequalities, we saw the discussion on digital health, but also issues on gender inequalities, which also speak into the lack of involvement and representation of key populations, as well as race and discrimination around their participation in designing these technologies, which you've experienced in the UK as well as in South Africa. Task Force 4, looking at trade and investment, in this particular case, we're looking at how does one design digitalization in trade and investment, especially when government platforms are actually embedding trade and investment in the actual design. Who decides how this actually occurs and whose data is protected with these designs? And then finally, Task Force 3, looking at reforming the international financial architecture, how are task platforms introduced into different countries, how are digital identities protected, and how are traditional approaches embedded in the design of these technologies. So looking at the abstracts that we received 28 abstracts, some really good quality and interesting, insightful abstracts, and we accepted 21 of them. There were a variety of aspects from across the globe, with evidence from, of course, Brazil. I want to commend you on your actual involvement in that. Argentina, Japan, UK, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Togo. What was really valuable was to start to see evidence that was being generated from the African continent, because there's still a lot that needs to go into actually encouraging and supporting think tanks from the African continent. So I can commend the task force for doing that. Finally, the themes around the abstracts that were mainly discussed around multifaceted issues and multiple actors in data governance. What are the mechanisms and frameworks that support this? Interoperability, which is the flagship parameter of the digital public infrastructure from India's proposal. So how does this actually get implemented? Also looking at governing DPI as a commons, kind of drawing from data and digital ecosystems and what we can learn for that in practice when implementing the DPI infrastructures, which seems to be an agenda going forward in the future. And then finally, looking at participating user-centric approaches to digital justice reformation. So some very interesting, diverse themes that emerged from the abstracts. I'll end it there. Thank you very much. Hand it over to you, Bruno.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I'd like to hand over to Gabriela Zamfir, Vice President of Future Privacy Forum, and Luca Belli, Coordinator of Center and Technology for Society at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Thank you for the opportunity to weighing in and to share some of the work that we have been doing with the subtrack 5.3. Let me just first mention that this subtrack has to do with the digital integrity, data protection, and cyber security. As for a brief introduction to the work that we have been doing until now together with our other subtrack member, Teki Akwete, we have been centering our work on selecting the most valuable abstracts for furthering the goals of the G20 in this particular area. We have received 13 abstracts for this track. It wasn't, let's say, the most popular one, but we have received some incredibly well-argued ideas and very valuable ideas. I will address a couple of those, and then I will pass the floor to my colleague, Luca Belli. I would start by saying that it's a very significant development in the past years, where we've reached the point where all of the G20 nations have either a comprehensive data protection law in place, and might I remind everyone that last year India reached this significant milestone with the adoption of the DPDPA, or have meaningful privacy law protections in place, like the United States, which lacks a comprehensive data protection law, but has several other privacy laws that are effective and are in place as well. So we have this framework, and then in this framework, we've noted that a lot of focus has been on making data protection authorities enforcing these laws in the G20 nations a bit more effective in how they work. So then we had a couple of policy briefs proposed in this sense. One of them particularly proposes a framework to think about setting independent regulatory authorities in G20 nations for the implementation of data protection law. We had another very interesting idea about a practical way for data protection authorities to get involved in promoting digital transformation and inclusivity, and particularly promoting responsible artificial intelligence innovation through sandboxes that are organized by data protection authorities. So that was another very interesting topic we've seen. Looking at the human-centered policies, that's such a priority for the Brazilian presidency. We've had very interesting proposals in relationship to exploring individual and collective rights in digital transformation. And then also a concrete proposal which we liked very much to create a data protection framework policy recommendation for open data initiatives. And this particular framework was looking at the protection of children's privacy in the criminal justice system and the usage of sensitive information from workers. I will pass the floor to my colleague Luca to complete this information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and thank you very much, Bruno, and all T20 friends for convening this very important event. Now, I would like just to share a couple of considerations on the proposals we received. All of them were very interesting. So let's say that the kind of filtering activity we engaged into was really to understand whether the very interesting topics that were proposed could then be developed in sound policy briefing for the T20, right? So some of them may not have been compatible with the guidelines provided by the T20. Some of them were not based on previous research, for instance, which was a critical element for the be accepted. Some of them were not providing concrete policy recommendations, and that was also another very important issue. All of them were interesting, but I'm saying this just to specify that, clarify that not only the issues that have been selected or will be selected are the important ones. There were many other very relevant and interesting issues, but unfortunately they were not developed as we want them to be developed. A very important point also I want to stress is that a common trend that we can observe is that there is a lot of interest in developmental issues, in human-centered approaches, in connecting perhaps issues that may seem as not connected from a global north perspective, like internet access through satellite infrastructure and cybersecurity and data protection, but they're actually very relevant for the global south that will increasingly use such infrastructure. Regarding cybersecurity, there are a couple of very interesting proposals we received on a human-centered approach to cybersecurity, on developmental and inclusive approaches to cybersecurity. All of these, I believe, are also, they reflect the fact that the past, the current, and the next presidency of the G20 are from Global South leaders, India, Brazil, and then South Africa next year. And so I think it is a good impact of the clear, explicit intention of the Brazilian presidency to bring more Global South voices into this perspective. I would just like to end also to stress that although there have been some classic topics like data transfers and cross-border flow of data with regard to data governance, we have received also some very interesting suggestions in terms of abstracts that are going to be developed in the next weeks, also on cybersecurity, which is an increasingly important topic for Brazil and for the G20. Brazil has just created a new cybersecurity national committee, of which I'm a member, that will develop a new cybersecurity governance system in the next months or years. So it's very interesting to receive this kind of feedback and then maybe to translate it into a more wider proposals for the G20. Last very final comment, it's a little bit frustrating to see that there are so many interesting data related proposals, but that data governance has not been included as a priority by the Brazilian presidency. So we hope that it will be possible maybe to increase the attention to this topic, data governance, through the T20 and even related events. We will have also a conference here in Rio, CPTP Latam, that will be dedicated to data governance in Latin America and the G20. And hopefully it will be also a good occasion to bring T20 friends here for the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Gabriela. I'd like to hand over to Adeboye, who is Senior Manager of Paradigm Initiative, a Pan-African digital rights organization that will talk about the subtrack on artificial intelligence. The floor is yours, Boy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bruno, and hello everyone. My name is Adeboye Adegoke, and I'm presenting on behalf of Task Force 5, Subtrack 5, and that's challenges and opportunities for the governance of artificial intelligence. The Subtrack group members are Edson Precis, who is the coordinator for the Subtrack, Stephanie Ifayemi, Partnership for AI. Edson is with the PHI Robotics Research Group in Brazil, while I work with Paradigm Initiative, a Pan-Africa Digital Inclusion and Digital Rights Organization. Our Subtrack, as I mentioned, focused on the opportunities and challenges for the governance of artificial intelligence. And as you all know, that the governance of AI presents a complex landscape with both challenges and opportunities. And we do recognize that AI has the potential to drive significant innovation and economic growth across various industries. Effective governance can also help to foster, an environment that encourages responsible AI development while supporting innovation and competitiveness. There is also the potential around society most pressing challenges such as healthcare, climate change, and education. So governance frameworks that prioritize the societal impact of AI can, help maximize its potential. As we carry out our work, we also, consider the challenges which has to do with the regulatory frameworks in terms of how can they be effective, how can they be flexible enough to keep pace with the rapid evolution of AI technologies. Also in terms of balancing innovation with the need for oversight and accountability. There are also ethical concerns that have been raised over the years, in numerous ethical considerations, such as issues relating to privacy, bias, transparency, accountability, and the potential for job displacement, ensuring that AI systems are developed and deployed ethically. All of these require, careful attention. There is also concerns around bias and fairness, concerns around transparency and accountability, etc. Because of the limitation of time, let me quickly go to the abstract that we received. As Bruno mentioned in the introductory remarks, that the Subtrack on governance and artificial intelligence received the highest number of abstract. We got about 58, and we ended up with 28 applications that were accepted. There were 2 repeat applications, so you can say probably we got 57 applications. Also, for the task force, these were our key consideration in the selection of the abstract that we eventually selected. Also, we like I already mentioned, we got a lot of abstracts. So I won't be able to go through everything, but I have identified a few ones that I think are useful for this conversation. We looked at the importance of addressing associated, ethical challenges such as data privacy and bias through robust governance and frameworks. And I think this also speaks to the Subtrack on data protection in a way. We also look at ethical governance model to specifically deal with gender issues, emphasizing principles such as respect for human autonomy and prevention of harm. We were also very key on public participation with diversity in terms of stakeholders, which is an essential point when thinking about, AI governance. We also think regional collaboration to address the identified challenges in terms of the misuse of AI is very, very important. We also look at the opportunities to strengthen data governance, which I also think fits into the data protection subtract. But we look at the opportunity in terms of balancing the protection of individual privacy with the benefits of digital transformations, especially in the provision of essential public services such as healthcare. We also look at the challenges and opportunities associated with the adoption of artificial intelligence, focused on coordinated action by the G20 to mitigate potential negative effects, such as increased economic and social inequality through impact assessment, investment in digital education, and creation of inclusive development policies of skills. We also look at AI regulatory sandboxes as an important key to AI governance, highlighting the fact that sandboxes allow an alignment between protecting rights and stimulating innovation. We also look at the position of the Global South in AI regulation discussions, how to create a framework of ethical and responsible governance of AI for the G20, and continue the Hiroshima principles, but focusing on the particularities of countries in the majority world, especially non-Western approaches, which I think is very interesting. And to wrap it up, opportunities to strengthen data governance also came up predominantly. We look at challenges and opportunities associated with adoption of AI, focused on coordinated action by the G20 to mitigate against potential negative effects such as increased economic and social inequality. I think finally, I will also talk about equitable access to computing infrastructure, how it is fundamental to fair development of AI economies around the world. The promotion of economic justice will take place through open source collaboration, regulatory cooperation, and innovative socio-technical measures. So this principle were really what guided us in the selection, and abstract that spoke to these issues were the ones we considered and eventually selected. Many of those abstracts were excellent, to be fair, but we ended up with 28 at the end of the day, and I'm right on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bowie. So I will hand over right now to Fernanda Martins, who is Director of Internet Lab and who is going to speak on Subtract 6 on global digital governance and the regulation of digital platforms. Thank you, Fernanda. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bruno. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I am a member of Subtract 5.6, but I am also here representing my colleagues, Anita Goromur, the coordinator of the Subtract and executive director of It for Change, and Maria Paz Canales, a member of the Subtract and head of legal policy and research at Global Digital Partners. In Subtract 5.6, digital governance and regulation of digital platforms, the discussion regulation is intertwined with crucial contemporary issues for sustaining democratic process and containing the information disorder to which we are subjected. We had submitted 31 abstracts, and we have approved 17 policy brief summaries. Among the themes present, each of them, I highlight some that cut across different summaries with distinct characteristics and nuances. The first is the need for interregional understanding and confrontation of disinformation. The second is the necessary focus on new social actors emerging in this context, possibly indicating the need for regulation, including their professions, as in the case of digital influencers. Careful consideration of the specific impact of children and adolescents from new technologies, the need to strengthen multi-sectoralism, including in G20 dynamics, but also in digital governance space supported by G20 countries. Important insights into electoral cycles and the central role that UNESCO has played with its guidelines in observing and supporting the digital governance debate in different countries and contexts. The attention that regulation must pay, especially to digital advertising markets, and AI reshape and deepening the discussion on regulation based on risks. Last but not least, we received abstracts that dealing with the discussion on regulation should not overlook how historically marginalized profiles, such as women, require a focused perspective to mitigate and combat different forms of violence from an intersectional standpoint. As is possible to see with these themes that across the summaries, the discussion of regulation and global digital governance is crossed by intersectional perspectives and the necessity to recognize the importance of multi-sectoralism in this discussion and the necessity to countries, G20 countries, to support the emergence of think about regulation, but considering not only North perspectives, but mainly the perspectives from Global South and the nuances of each of these countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernanda. Last but not least, I'd like to hand over to Celina Bottino, Director of Institute and Technology Society here in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, who is going to speak on the subtrack 4 about new digital technologies for SDGs and decent work. Thank you, Celina. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bruno, and hi, everyone. So I'm speaking about on this track force together with Ramiro Albireo and Mark from Ramiro is from Rede Sur and Mark from Graham from Oxford. As you mentioned, the main objective of our track is to explore the intersection of digital technologies and sustainable development, focusing on achieving SDGs while fostering decent work opportunities. And this can be a very broad idea, and so the point is to address the impact of technology on different types of work and help governments design and implement new policy frameworks oriented towards an inclusive digital transformation, in which this includes issues related to reskilling, diffusion of digital technologies across firms, and changing landscape of labor market institutions and regulations. And we hope actually that the policy briefs really present concrete recommendations to address these issues, which were also part of the issues discussed on the last G20 in India, especially the point of reskilling. Regarding the task force that I think it's closely related, actually, I don't think there's like a specific task force, but the Labor 20, the L20 group, I think it's like aligned with the overall topic of this subtrack force. And we're trying to connect with them, but and so let's see how this interaction will move forward. And lastly, just to reflect a bit on the abstracts that we received. So we received 24 abstracts, and almost half was accepted. And actually, the ones that were not accepted was because the topic was not related to the task force. So I'm not sure if this was like a categorization, but anyway, the abstracts were in a whole very interesting, and I'll share just some ideas that deal with the issues that we've discussed as like reskilling, and also how to deal with the changes presented by AI on the workforce. For example, there were some recommendations establishing that would suggest to establish a G20-led resolution of ethical and AI and digital technologies, also creating these digital access funds. There are also papers discussing the idea of having a universal income, also to deal with the potential impact of AI in the workplace, and also implementing comprehensive skill development initiatives. And there are others focused on the opportunities and the career transition programs for women and other groups that are more affected by digitalization. For example, by creating scholarships and private-public partnerships to foster collaboration between governments and educational institutions. And also, there are others looking to the opportunities of integration of certain technologies into traditional sectors, which can enhance productivity and improve overall working conditions. It's interesting to see that some also reinforce the idea of an importance of having this North-South collaboration on financing and learning mechanism to foster investment and facilitate technological transfer and education and reskilling. So I think these topics of education and reskilling are very present on the ideas of the abstracts. And finally, there are also some discussing the idea of freedom of association in the digital era, which is also, I think, very interesting, trying to link concepts, update concepts of working traditions into the digital area. Well, so I think this is an overall brief summary of the main ideas, and we're very much looking forward to see how these policy briefs will help put these ideas into practice, addressing all these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Selena. If I'm not mistaken, I think we didn't receive questions so far. We are entering in the slot for Q&A. There is a comment that came from Marina Larionova that echoes Luca Belli's comment as well, that fully support the idea that data governance should be included, data governance system making, and there are many controversies about the lacking of this topic. Even though we don't have a specific subtract to deal with data governance, I think, as you can see through the whole presentations, is something that is very present and transversal of all subtracts, because the issue about how we produce data, but how we are going to govern data to measure digital and meaningful connectivity, to verify how we can frame platformization of public services, how we can see the human infrastructure that are labeling data to automatize process such as that will be embedded through artificial intelligence, which is very connected with its subtract 3 and 4, and last but not least, how data is the economic and critical asset, also how operates the digital environment, so to speak. I think we can see how data governance will be very present in the whole subtract, and I would say it could be a link between this subtract and others, or even considering other engagement groups as well. So I think that's the whole of T20, to present an idea to be proactive in terms of agenda setting, and not only being reactive to the agenda setting posed by the government. So I think that's the perfect time to raise those critical inputs. And I'm quite excited for the next steps in order to organize all the policy briefs that are coming, and mainly to trigger conversations that in a way that could be collaborative beyond T20 as well. So I'd like to thank you so much, our T20 organized committee again, Funagi, Ambassador Marcia Lorenzo, also Seb here on behalf of Luciana Muniz, and the IPEA, Luciana Servo and Fabio Veras for the support. And thank you so much for organizing this really nice event and Inception Conference as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you to you and our Task Force 5 members. Congratulations to both Task Forces 2 and 5. It was a great overview of topics and subtopics. It was very insightful. And I think Bruno brings an important thing, that is the dialogue, interaction with other engagement groups. I know it is already a challenge to put together the set of recommendations on each task forces, and it's also important to interact and to dialogue between task forces inside T20, but if we can manage to have dialogues with other engagement groups, I think it will be very positive, and it might leverage our chances of impacting the G20 leaders. Before we go to the break, I would like to invite everyone to read the latest editions of SEBRI magazine. Right now, we have a very special edition on G20. We have the pleasure to count with an article, an important article from Ambassador Márcia Loureiro, the president of FUNAG and one of T20 Brasil leaders. I will invite all of you to read. We have other articles from some other members of T20 Brasil, like Nicolas Bouchot, Alex Berger. We have an interview with Samir Saran from previous T20 edition. And we also have a very interesting article from Climate and Society Institute, which is also advisory council member of T20 Brasil. And Maria Neto, Luca Rizzo, and Cynthia Feitosa wrote an article on G20 presidents on sustainable development. So we ask our team to put the link of the magazine. Oh, it's already in the chat. So please feel free to access and read. And the previous edition is about digital technology, digital transformation. So I think it would be great if you can have a look. It's free. All the articles are open, and you can access it for free. So right now we'll stop for not a 5 but a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:05 to our last session of the Inception Conference. Thank you very much, and see you just now. to hear some thoughts on G20 social and other insightful information that you might have. And then we will invite the T20 Task Force chairs for a conversation that will be also led by Gustavo. And at the final 25 minutes, we will have a Q&A. Gustavo, please join us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luciana. It was a pleasure to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's really nice to be here at this wrap-up roundtable. I believe we had extremely rich and important discussions in the previous 2 days. And now it's time to work on the road ahead, right? As I've been talking to Luciana, my colleagues also from IPEA, from FUNAG, it's an extremely tough challenge leading an engagement group like the T20, which involves such high-level players, and but I believe this year during the Brazilian presidency, we have a great opportunity to make a difference. So let's work on that. I'd like to briefly start with a political contextualization of the G20, and then I'm briefly talking about the social G20, and then we go to the words of each of the representatives of the task force, because actually I believe listening to you guys will be a lot more important than listening to me. But let me try to contextualize things in order to make it more coherent for the next minutes we're going to have together. So as we all know, the Brazilian presidency of G20 is happening in an extremely complex global context. We're having a climate change issue, we're having wars. So we have the challenge of making G20 happen and use the structure of the G20 to reform global governance in order to allow for a more prosperous, fair, equal world. That's a great challenge in a global context like that. So when identifying the priorities to the presidency of G20, President Lula made lots of consultations, and we ended up identifying that the areas in which we could make a more important or more significant contribution would be those of the reduction of inequality as a whole, all right? But more specifically, the fight against hunger and poverty, climate change issues and environmental issues, sustainable development issues, and the reform of global governance. The question is how to bring these priorities to the international agenda, to G20's agenda. We know that G20 has historically been more focused on economic and financial issues, but throughout the years, G20 has opened now or has increased in terms of issues discussed within its context. So what are we doing to make it happen? How are we working on that? So first of all, we're trying to bring the financial track and the Sherpa's track together. All right, we're trying to increase synergies between these tracks. We noticed that in the past, they were flying, like flying rogue in their own tracks, so we're trying to bring them together. Another thing that President Lula announced is that social participation will be a legacy of the Brazilian presidency. When I talk about social participation, it might be a wrong concept. I'm talking about participation as a whole, all right? And it's in this context that we created the social G20, aiming at increasing the participation, so the basis of participation, increasing that, and also increasing the incidence of the decisions or recommendations from, let's say, actors that do not fit the financial track or the political track specifically into the decision-making processes of G20. And the last of them would be, among several others, but the one I'd like to highlight is to identify concrete results, okay? And that's, I think, a key issue to our discussions here today. President Lula has always believed, and he has always said, that you cannot make effective public policy without the participation of those affected or who will implement these policies, okay? And the same applies to the international arena. So we need to listen to people who want to incede or to participate in the formulation of this public policy. That's the context in which I believe G20 has a central role to play, by bringing new inputs, by coordinating lots of initiatives, by presenting alternatives that are not necessarily part of or in the mindset of our negotiators, who tend to be somehow, and it's not a criticism to them, but somehow close-minded in terms of they have a mission and they have to, to conclude that mission. I'm very glad that throughout these days, I noticed that there is a great synergy between the discussions of the six task forces and the priorities of President Lula. So that's an excellent first step. That's part of a long process of negotiation and talks between SEBRE, PEA, FUNAG, President's Office, Itamaraty, and it's part of a long process in order to align these expectations. So that's fantastic. But I believe we have to discuss and we have to focus now on how to bring all these rich discussions we had these days to the fore. How can we make these discussions, how can we turn them into G20's decisions, into G20's foreign policies? I believe, and I think you all agree with me, we don't want the T20 only subsidizing the existing tracks. And that's part of the T20. Definitely, the finance track, the political track will be asking you constantly, oh, please, I need additional information on that. Can you produce a paper on that? That's part of it. But I believe we need to go further, to go beyond that. And that's what we are trying to do here. So before moving forward, I'd like to highlight and to present some recommendations, if you allow me, for the road ahead, for the next steps you're working on from now on. And so first of all, it applies to all the task forces and to all those that are part of the T20 as a whole. First of all, pragmatism. Okay, we need to be very pragmatic. Second thing, short issue notes, short papers, short communiques. We have identified that in the past, not only T20, but other engagement groups and other movements and have been presenting papers like 100-page papers to the authorities. Let's be sincere, guys. We ourselves here do not read 100-page documents unless it's extremely important. Imagine our leaders or our negotiators. So we need to make concise, more precise, more focused, orientation-focused documents. It doesn't mean you won't have a longer document, a longer issue note, a longer paper to back or to support the recommendations. But the information they're going to forward, they're going to send to our negotiators have to be very precise, focused, concise. So that's extremely important. Another thing, and I'm happy to see that T20 is already working on that, is to increase the coordination with other stakeholders. Something that we really appreciated. T20 has made lots of calls to increase the social participation basis. We've identified that as a democratic country and as a country that has an important mission to play in the world in the current days, Brazil needed to reflect the social basis of its society within the G20 framework. And T20 as one of the most, I would say, the most important engagement groups. Please, other engagement groups, friends, do not take it personally, but definitely one that has a lot more to contribute historically throughout the process. I think the idea to increase this participation, so it's fundamental, it's essential that you coordinate with other engagement groups, that you coordinate with other social actors that are not part of the engagement groups necessarily, that you dialogue more with whoever wants to make a contribution, of course, within the limitations. I believe also, and that's to conclude my initial remarks, that dialogue between the engagement groups and working groups on the finance and political tracks had been like troublesome in the past. I mean, it depends on the person in charge of each working group or the directions from the government, and that you have more or less space to engage with the negotiators directly. So count on our support. You can be sure that during Brazilian presidency, this relation is definitely going to be one of the legacies we're gonna leave. It's tough. It's not easy. It's not something that happens from a day to another, but we are here to contribute. So count on the support of the Brazilian government to contribute to build bridges, okay, between you guys, civil society, government, working groups, Sherpas negotiators. So within our limitations, we are at your disposal to make sure that this happen in order to increase social basis and the incidence of the recommendation. So those were my initial remarks, and I thank you very much for that. Now, what I'd like to do is to give the floor to our colleagues from the task forces to present some reflections. I'm going to propose some questions to guide your brief presentations. You're going to have 10 minutes each, okay? So I'm going to be kind of strict on controlling your time. So I hope you understand it, because time flies and most of you have other meetings, commitments after this meeting. But what I'd like to hear from you, and I'd like to hear from Luisa, Celine, Hai Hong, Axel, Anirban, and Filani. I hope I pronounce your names correctly. What I want to hear, I'm going to present 4 questions here just to guide your presentation. So the first of them is how, you don't need to answer the questions, of course, but just to guide your presentation. So how do you evaluate the Brazilian presidency's priorities? And how do you evaluate these priorities being addressed within the T20? So is the T20 really in line with these priorities? Is it okay? How should we adjust? That's one thing. The second thing, you followed the presentations of all the task forces throughout these days. So how do you find the works you've been doing with what the other task forces are doing? Do you find convergences, divergences? How can you improve that in order to make a more coherent and linear process in a good sense when I say linear? Another question, and that's a key issue, and I hope you take into consideration my suggestions. How do you see your task force building the road ahead in terms of the recommendations to the G20? How do you find the process? Do you think it's going to be an easy process? It's going to happen? It's not going to happen? And last, but not least, how do you think the Brazilian presidency of the G20 can further contribute to your task force? So if you could somehow take into consideration these questions in your intervention, I would highly appreciate. So I'd like to give the floor to Luisa Nassif Pires, who's the director of the Center for Research in Microeconomics of Inequalities of the University of São Paulo. She's the lead of Task Force 1. So please, Luisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, and evening to you all. I think my talk will be very much in line with what Gustavo has just said, so I'm happy to learn that. I want to start by thanking and congratulating IPEA, SEBRE, and FUNAG for organizing the Inception meeting. I believe we all learned a lot in the last 3 days, and hopefully we're even more eager to contribute to the T20. I'm Luisa Nassif, Professor of Economics at Unicamp, Director of MAGFE USP, which is a research center on macroeconomic of inequalities. And together with Gala Diaz-Langu from CPEC in Argentina, I co-chair Task Force 1. So our task force deals with one of the main issues that we face globally, which is the growing inequalities and the persistence of poverty and hunger. And it is one of the key priorities for the G20 set by Brazil, and therefore also one of the main priorities for T20. So to that end, I want to highlight also the fact that Brazil created a task force to discuss and launch the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and congratulate all of those working on that task force, and point to the T20 the need to also work together with all of the other efforts that are happening outside the T20. I would like to start by discussing the synergies between the work of our task force and the other 2 priorities of G20, trying to answer or at least address the questions brought up by Gustavo. So the topic 2, which is energy transitions and the promotion of sustainable, the priority 2, energy transitions and the promotion of sustainable development in its economic, social, and environmental dimensions cannot be dissociated to those of inequality. We live in a time where multiple crises are increasing inequality even more, and the climate crisis we face deepen even more hunger and poverty around the globe. Thus, without tackling the problem of energy transition and without working towards sustainable development, which entails social, economic, and environmental, we cannot fight against hunger, poverty, and inequality, and we only see it get even harder to fight against. Unfortunately, the road ahead is not straightforward, so we frequently need to make decisions that will lead us closer to one of our goals and further from another. So, for example, social inclusion might mean economic loss for some countries, and this will need to be addressed in a very difficult political way. We will also need to make decisions that sometimes will work towards the environment, but not towards the social, and this seems to be impossible to solve. So this highlights the importance of the third priority of G20, which is reform of global governance institutions without reinforcing multilateralism and new models of governance. We will not be able to solve all of the disputes between the many political social agents that are implicated in the transition that we need to push for. In that sense, I believe it is crucial that we strengthen South and South cooperations, and I see a great opportunity in Brazil's presidencies of the G20 and thus in the T20 as well, given the representative role of the Global South that we have played for a long time. And that also means bringing to the discussion topics that are not necessarily the most urgent for Brazil, but that are extremely urgent for the rest of the Global South. So, for example, debt relief. So this correlation between our task force objectives and the three priorities are also expressed in the work of other task forces. So I was thrilled to learn on the last 3 days that many of us are working towards common recommendations. But to echo Gustavo's advice for us to be pragmatic and coordinate, I want to take this opportunity to highlight just 2 issues that I see an opportunity to push solutions for. So I believe that identifying such political opportunities is part of being pragmatic. The first is the work towards tax justice. As you know, Gabriel Zucman, invited by Ministro Haddad, defended the need to create a global minimum tax to billionaires at the Finance Track meeting last week in São Paulo. I have heard many of the subtopics mention tax justice as well. So I see an important momentum for us that we should seize the opportunity to push forward recommendations that works towards that objective. That does not mean necessarily pushing for the exact same recommendation, but recommendations in line with that main objective of tax justice. The second topic is that of fighting against gender and race discrimination. Many of our task forces are working towards women empowerment. And I believe we need to push a little further than what has been the multilateral solution to women's economic advancement and look deeper also into intersectionality. I also think in that sense, one of the main priorities that our task force has, and that I've heard also other task forces mention, is solutions to tackle the care crisis, and tackling the care crisis taking into consideration that fact that feminized occupations have been also precarized over history. So in order also to tackle the issue of intersectionality, I was happy to learn that other subtopics are working on inclusive solutions to our global problems. And I encourage all of us that are working on social and gender issues to consider how our recommendations will affect racialized people and especially women around the globe. So to ask ourselves, for example, how policies designed to enhance women's economic position will impact women of African descent and indigenous women, for example. Finally, I want to bring again this fact that the multiple crises that we are facing are not impacting everyone equally. There is not only a north-south divide in the world right now, but also a gender and racial divide. And multilateralism has not always given a space for those most affected by the crisis to work towards the solutions. And this was also highlighted by Gustavo's speech right before me. So I would like to see T20's Brazil road towards recommendations to the G20 as an inclusive one. T20 is already part of this process of reforming global governance institutions. And in this sense, our work has lasting implications, and we have a huge opportunity to start building more democratic processes so needed for us to promote the energy transitions and fight against hunger and poverty. So I think being part of T20 is a great privilege and a great honor that I have accepted happily. And it also comes with a responsibility. So I hope that all of us can work together responsibly towards our goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Luisa. Very, very, very important words. No pressure, but it's a lot. There is a long way ahead, and it's great. I'm glad to listen to you, to your expectations. I'd like to highlight, however, once again, and I mean, you already know that I'm going to keep emphasizing that as part of my mission here. But keep in mind, like, based on what you said, I found lots of convergences with other engagement groups, with ongoing activities of lots of the working groups. So I know it's a Herculean effort, but try within your possibilities to engage with these people, to talk, for example, talk to the W20 people and learn what they are doing in order to find convergences that will allow us to bring more powerful and concrete recommendations to our leaders by the half of the year and then by the end of the year. So please do that. But congratulations, and I believe I'm pretty confident you're going to do an amazing job. Just before giving the floor to Celine, I noticed here lots of friends and new friends. I'd like to highlight. I'm not going to name everyone. Please never do that. That's something I learned. But I saw Luciana Servos here, Ambassador Márcia Loureiro, Almir, Vera Thorsten, Fábio Veras, my great friend Pablo Ibanez, Ana Garcia. So lots of great friends that I'm seeing here. And I'm really, really glad to see such a powerful group of people all together discussing these important issues. So that's great to see you. So now I'm going to give the floor to Celine Kaufmann. Celine Kaufmann is the Chief Programs Officer of the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations. Celine, ça va bien? Alors, Celine, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez parler.
Merci beaucoup, Gustavo. Hi, everyone, and thank you very much again for the opportunity. I'd like as well to thank the organizing committee for a fantastic Inception meeting. My only regret and what I will be looking for is to see you all in person at one point to connect more directly. To answer your questions, Gustavo, that were, I think, critical for the discussions in the T20. And the first one, I think the mandate in particular of Task Force 2, which is focused on sustainable climate action and inclusive just energy transitions, is actually very well aligned with the three priorities that have been put forward by Brazil. Those three priorities being for me extremely complementary. And I'm saying that because I think there's a good, let's say, a very powerful narrative that you can build around the three priorities. And to give you the perspective from the Task Force 2, combating hunger, poverty, and inequality is, of course, at the center and of key relevance to the climate fight and the energy transition, not only because of the impacts of climate change that may exacerbate existing inequalities and vulnerabilities, but also because the policies that are being currently adopted within countries to address a whole range of different issues may actually amplify hunger, poverty, and inequality domestically, but most importantly abroad. So very important to keep that in mind. And of course, in that perspective, it is critical, in my view, that G20 recognize the importance of holding together the economic, the social, and the environmental dimensions of sustainable development, as any missing pillar will compromise the importance of the whole over time. And this is, of course, your second priority for Brazil. And of course, related to that, there is a need to reconsider whether the multilateral system that partly dates back to a century ago is still fit for purpose. And this is the topic of the third priority. In particular, from the climate change perspective, as we see that climate change touches upon various policy communities that may still be organized in silos, although they are all holding important pieces of the puzzle, they need to be put together, and is a global as well as a national and a local issue. You asked a question about the areas of convergence and synergies potentially across the different task force. And because the coverage of Task Force 2 is very broad, touching upon not only energy transition, but sustainable consumption and production, bioeconomy, and nature-based solutions, resilient infrastructure, access to multilateral and climate funds, and leveraging private capital, financing and technology transfer, sustainability, reporting requirements. Of course, we have many links with the other task force. In particular, I want to highlight, but again, I mean, it is across the board, but in particular, I want to highlight the Task Force 1 on fighting inequalities, poverty, and hunger, and Luisa just intervened. The Task Force 3 on reforming the international financial architecture, Task Force 4 on trade and investment for sustainable development, and Task Force 6 on strengthening multilateralism and global governance. And just to go very quickly through some of these cross-cutting themes, I want to highlight a couple of these synergies that I think we need to tap on in the coming weeks and months. With Task Force 1 in particular, Shuva Haha, who leads the subtopic on accelerating transition to a low carbon economy and sustainable consumption and production, noted earlier on today during the presentation of Task Force 2, the strong connection with the subtopic 2 of Task Force 1 on fostering food security and nutrition through sustainable food systems. Of course, here, I mean, we almost have the same wording, and we will be very eager to see how we can complement each other. I want also to relay the comment coming from Juliana Luis, who leads the subtopic on investing in sustainable, inclusive and resilient infrastructure, that we are missing contributions and discussions in our task force for now on infrastructure for food system, which is the topic that is taken up by Force 1. So we'll be very eager to engage on that. On Task Force 3, we have many connections, in particular on the subtopic on MDB reform, on addressing debt burden of developing countries, and on ensuring a fairer global tax architecture that, and on outlining pathways to fulfill overall sustainable development goals. And the four subtopics resonate very well with policy brief that we've received in relation to risk underwriting, to the special drawing rights issuance to support the G20 climate and development agenda, fostering climate justice financing G20 system countries through taxation. So here again, we have very strong convergence. As for 4, we also have strong convergence, in particular related to supporting a transparent and more harmonized sustainability reporting framework, making trade a driver for transition. And we will be keen to engage, in particular, if you received contributions related to SMEs that are of specific interest, but very often left aside in the discussion. And of course, on Task Force 6, on strengthening multilateralism and global governance, we've received a number of inputs on community-based and participatory approaches, both in the bioeconomy topic and in relation to energy transition, to allow for ownership and need-based policies. And we're keen on to engage with the subtopic on the role of non-state actors, NGOs, national units in multilateral governance. What we've seen less is actually and paradoxically, I think, his contributions on strengthening multilateralism and global governance, which is a core issue given the global challenge that climate change represents, and the multiple fora beyond the UNFCCC, which holds relevant pieces of the puzzle, now actually engaged in discussing climate change related topic. It's just a partial summary of these connections, but on our side, I would really suggest that we allow, for contacts between, of course, the subtopic coordinators, all the contacts are shared, and they can have a discussion, but I would also very much look forward to engaging again with the colleagues of the task force to discuss the messages that are emerging from our respective work, because for now we've just received the abstract, so it's a bit early in the discussion to put forward some of these messages. Just to mention two additional short points. The first one is, because of the broad scope of what Task Force 2 covers, we have actually identified 7 or more G20 working groups and platforms in the Sherpa, the finance and the development tracks, for which our messages may be relevant, in addition to the political process. So I will definitely take you up on your word, Gustavo, for making the bridges to those working groups, and in particular for us to understand where the discussions stand and what scope there is for influencing or sharing some of the work that we're doing with them. And beyond the T20 and the G20 that is taking place now, the task force is obviously relevant for a lot of multilateral processes. I mentioned the UNFCCC. There are the upcoming COPs, obviously, but beyond the climate change negotiation fora, there might be other platforms where the messages would resonate well. And I was just wondering about one of these, opportunity, which is the Summit of the Future taking place next September, whether that can be seen as an interesting opportunity is really an open question, and whether there are other opportunities that you may have identified where our messages can feed into. And of course, ultimately, we're all based in our own country, our own region, and I guess we can also reflect and disseminate our key messages through our constituencies that ultimately contribute to all of these multilateral fora. I stop here and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, merci beaucoup, Celine. Incredible timing, 10 minutes sharp. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like, before giving the floor to Hai Hong Gao, I'd like to make some brief observations. So first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity. I don't know if some of you know about it, but considering the main topic of Task Force 2, Brazil has just lost recently a climate change negotiator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, one of our great colleagues, Daniel Machado da Fonseca. And I'd like to make an homage to him, taking into consideration that we were discussing climate issues in our global energy transition, so sustainable development as a whole. So I'm pretty sure he would be happy to see the developments we are making today. So that's I couldn't let it pass. Another thing, Celine, something to work on, and you mentioned that throughout your intervention. So we in Brazil are trying also to build connections between G20 and COP30, which is extremely tough challenge, especially because we are already overwhelmed with our activities, but that would be a key issue. We cannot discuss climate change without discussing all the financial instruments and all these regulatory instruments underlying it. So, and the Summit of the Future is an extremely important observation you made. So how can we build and bring all these together? So it's extremely tough. Let's work on that. So, and count on our support to build these bridges. Okay, Celine. And last, I'd like to note that I was part of the negotiations of the finance ministers meeting last week in São Paulo, and something that caught my attention and make sure, and that for me, that really said, wow, okay, we really need the T20, other engagement groups, we need the civil society and other players in G20, because you can see when you are inside the negotiations, you can see how the negotiations go and how they can be frustrating sometimes. So we need to pressure our leaders and negotiators to get out of the box and to make a concrete difference in the short term, because time's flying and we don't have much time when talking about climate change issues, sustainable development, and energy transition. We need to start it now. So thank you very much. So now I'm going to give the floor to Haiyong Hao, Director of the Institute of World Economics and Politics in China. Ni hao, Haiyong. Hope you're doing good. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Gustav, for your introduction. So it's really a privilege for me to serve as the lead co-chair of Task Force number 3 with Ana Garcia. My great pleasure to be part of the T20 Brasil process this year. You know, I've been engaged with T20 for some years and seen how T20 evolved. And this year, Brazil makes it very clear that the principle is to make T20 inclusive, representative, and effective, which really is a step forward to show how T20 catch up with new reality. So my job is to work with Anna together with our 16 co-chairs, with the help of assistants, task force assistants, Lucas and team. So we try to get everyone on board to be actively involved and make sure the decision made are based on consensus. This is what we've done in the past few months, and it's truly a coordinate work experience for me. So our topic is the reform of international financial architecture. I think this is a sort of a topic, you know, cutting across many other task forces already, and which is really is reflected in the G20 priority this year. And I think the subtopics we're dealing with are really in line with finance track in particular. So yesterday, our task force highlighted what we've done so far. I won't repeat, but I just want to emphasize that as far as financial stability and growth sustainability are concerned, there are so many legacy issues. There are so many legacy issues for many years. And at the same time, new challenges just keep coming. Because we've seen, you know, the repeated crisis, boom and bust cycle, and financial spillover, volatile capital flows, and exchange rate movements, and interest rate hikes resulted in a tighter financing conditions, which is really, you know, hard for many low-income countries. And you see, all the risks basically increase the fragility of the system, but none of the risks can be solved and prevented under current international financial architecture. So the question is, do we need another architecture? I hear some, you know, argument that, you know, call for reform and change, and some others, you know, argue that, you know, before doing that, we need to make current system work. So after 3 days of meetings and listening to all the task force presentations, I think there is a common ground for us, at least, to you know, to find the solutions or answers. First, I think the most important thing is to make the current framework work before we decide to make a huge change. So for instance, there is constant capital misallocation globally. So this is particularly our concern in for our task force, because, you know, the large scale of capital just keep flowing to advanced capital market, and many low-income countries just in need for external financing support to deal with poverty, debt burden, and of course, financial vulnerability. So this is a case that there should be more funding assets and low cost instrument provided by international financial institutions. You know, the NBD certainly take up the job. The IMF, I want to emphasize that traditionally focusing on balance of payment problems also show its ambitions and seriousness to create new tools and rechannel the SDRs, the many mentioned about SDRs, to enlarge its funding resources for vulnerable countries. This, which is really a good start for the next step. And of course, if we zoom out to broader financial need, there is a so-called global financial safety net. I won't go deeper, but basically, you know, we have the framework already there, and we have layers of protections for each country. But somehow, you know, this financial safety net is so, you know, in some ways, it's so inadequate. It's so fragmented. And there are a lot of room to, you know, to improve it. For instance, you know, the central bank swap lines, which is really technical, you know, element of our research. You know, this is very important for, you know, protecting countries, you know, which are short of foreign reserves, but somehow it's just so fragmented. And most importantly, you know, the most powerful swap lines just cover, you know, very few advanced market. And of course, to make bigger, better global financial safety net and to make it for all is really a task that can turn into real actions to move G20 forward. I'm very happy to hear yesterday there are some considerations on financial track agenda. So this is my first point. The second one, the governance matters. This is a really principle for all of task forces. And this is also a very old issue when we, you know, talk about the Bretton Woods institutions. And every time, every time we come to the point of making a move, it just feels so difficult. And currently, there is clear connection between the voting powers and dynamic of economic weights. And the most recent example is MF quota reform. And it's failed to, it's successfully in terms of enlarge the overall pool of the quota, but it failed to do the core issues like quota distribution and the formula adjustment. And of course, you know, I want to mention that governance reform is not only about balance of power. It is also about the shared responsibility. And third one is also the last one is cooperation. So this is sounds, you know, cliche, but this is I think this is the reason that we sit here together. And the challenges, of course, we're dealing with are global, so are the solutions. I'm here talking about the cooperation among, you know, different financial institutions and different sectors, the public, private, and, you know, the South and North and the South and South. There are many different grouping in a scenario. And I think this is especially important in a fast changing world, complicated by the geoeconomic elements. T20 certainly can provide intellectual support with balanced views and a balanced presentation of think tank globally. I see this from the past month's experience, and I work with the task force members. And I also see this from the Brazilian colleagues, organized T20. So there should be more you know, interactions among task forces, of course, because the issues are just so interconnected. As for the T20 for G20, let me call it this way, the how to turn our proposals into real actions. One of the concerns I hear in the past days, I have a strong feeling that we really need a sense of urgency. I echo this Ambassador Lago in his talk an hour ago. So I look forward for the next step and of course the outcome of policy recommendations. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Hi, Hong. Thank you very much. Extremely important observations and considerations. I believe, especially in the finance track, we as non-government stakeholders, I mean, you as non-government stakeholders, sometimes I have double heads at least, but we need to push these agendas, and that's our importance. That's the importance of T20, B20, Y20, WL, and all the engagement groups and civil societies. From we need to push the countries for this shared responsibility you mentioned, for this cooperation you mentioned. We cannot reduce inequality in the world with the existing financial vulnerability of developing countries. That's a reality, and we really need to change. Thank you very much. So now I'm giving the floor to Axel Berger, Deputy Director of the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. He's going to talk about the task force number 4. Guten Tag, Axel. How are you doing? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. I hope you can hear me. First of all, let me emphasize that it's really a great pleasure for me personally, so far working with my colleagues with my fellow co-chairs in Task Force 4, in particular Vera, of course, with all her energy and power, and also the colleagues in the T20 Secretariat, Fabio, Luciana, and all of the colleagues. A great organization, and it's really a great pleasure to be part of this process. Gustavo, if you allow, I would like to start with some reflections on the outcomes of the ministerial conference MC13 of the WTO, of the World Trade Organization, that took place last week, basically, and the role of the G20 and all the repercussions for the G20 process. Before I address the questions you've asked us to also cover. I do this because this is a atypical situation. Because typically you have the G20 process first, and then comes the multilateral conference, with regard to the climate COPs, or the summit of the future, where the G20 process is already well advanced, and then you have the multilateral gathering. Here it is different. It's the other way around. So it's important to take MC13 and the outcomes as a starting point for our reflections in the task force, but also for the G20 process during Brazil's presidency and the next presidency in South Africa. So I mean, before MC13, which took place last week, as I said, in Abu Dhabi, I think many of us had moderate expectations, right? In light of a number of important elections taking place in the US, in India, in 60 other countries this year, and then add the great power rivalries between the US and China, between China and India, you add Russia's war against Ukraine, the war in Gaza to the mix, and you get a very difficult geopolitical environment. And so significant gains at MC13 were really not on the table, I think. And that obviously had a huge impact on the discussions at MC13, on agriculture, where really India blocked, on fisheries, where India blocked, as well as China, on the dispute settlement reforms, where US is absolutely not helpful, right? And so on these major issues that were on the agenda, we saw no progress. And many other important topics were not even on the official agenda, like sustainable development, national security exceptions, subsidies, development country status in the WTO, etc., etc. That was a big disappointment on one key negotiation track on investment facilitation for development, and I'd like to single that out because that's an agreement, a plurilateral agreement, so only by a subgroup of WTO members. But the countries that are driving these negotiations are developing countries, or mostly developing countries. And it was a very dynamic negotiation process, but it was blocked by India and South Africa for reasons that's my personal assessment for reasons that have little to do with the actual text. And so here we have a situation where these countries are not allowed to move forward, to move a little bit faster than other WTO members on a topic that is really of interest to them, to increase access to foreign direct investment in order to promote sustainable development. So that's very difficult. And now the question is, how can these members that are in support of this agreement keep the momentum from one ministerial conference to the next? And this is basically a two-year gap between two ministerials. We had a Pyrrhic victory on e-commerce. There's an e-commerce moratorium, which where members basically agreed upon that that there should be no tariffs on e-commerce. But a Pyrrhic victory because we had only another extension until the next ministerial. But then countries agreed that the moratorium is dead. So there's also a very difficult situation. A small victory on another plurilaterals on services domestic regulation, a small success, and the agreement was achieved basically because India and South Africa were running out of legal options to block it, right? And another glimmer of hope, we had the accession of the Comoros and Timor-Leste as new WTO members, so it's now 166 countries. So there is still interest in the WTO as an organization, but obviously the WTO is still and will stay in a sort of a crisis, an institutional crisis for the time being. So now what? Now what for the G20 process? I would argue the G20 process on trade is really important to keep the momentum on a number of very thorny issues, like as I said, dispute settlement reform. Dispute settlement basically is blocked by the US on subsidies, in particular industrial subsidies, green subsidies, on issues related to sustainable development, inclusion, poverty reduction, investment, e-commerce. And all of these issues are important for the G20, have been important in previous iterations. And so it's now important to use the G20 process during Brazil's presidency to keep momentum, to try to find spaces for dialogue and spaces in order to move closer to some kind of consensus. And it's also important to already now think also about the South African process, because that will be the process which then plays a key role for the next ministerial in two years. If you look at the G20 Brasil process, the priorities are, there is a high priority, let's put it that way, on trade investment. We have 4 trade and investment working group sessions. We have 1 ministerial coming up. And the important topics are trade and sustainable development, women in trade, and sustainable development and international investment agreements, as well as WTO reform. And so I guess our task force is very well prepared in terms of topics that we cover, but also in terms of the experts and co-chairs that we have in order to address these priorities of the G20 process, of the trade and investment working group. And I also sense quite an interest among the policymakers for our inputs. Gustavo, you've asked us also to cover some of the overlaps, or to discuss some of the overlaps between our task forces. And here I'd like to obviously highlight the issue of WTO reform that is covered in Task Force 6 on multilateralism. Obviously, many of our discussions in our task force are always also addressing issues related to the WTO reform. And obviously, together with the colleagues from Task Force 6, we need to come up with a sound division of labor And so one possibility, for example, is that our task force discussing substantive issues, substantive reforms, and that colleagues in Task Force 6 discuss about the institutional reforms that are needed in order to drive and move forward these substantive issues. Just an idea, but there's definitely a need to talk and to have a joint session between our task force and the subgroup in Task Force 6 that is covering WTO reform. Let me also reflect a little bit from the perspective on trade, what the role of think tanks is and should be, but perhaps these are a little bit also broader reflections that are also relevant, obviously, for the T20 as a whole. I think the role of think tanks is important in order to provide analytical input on how to bridge the gaps that I've just described, but also influence the national political economy. And that's important in particular with regard to trade, because in many countries that are sitting around the table at the G20, we have an increasingly inward-looking perspective. So the role of think tanks is also to influence the T20 think tanks. The role is also to influence national policy discussions and to emphasize the need for international coordination and not just unilateral policy measures, which then might lead to more protectionism. And the T20, I think, is well placed to do that, because it assembles many think tanks that are affiliated with governmental agencies or which have very good connections to governmental agencies. So we are well placed in order to play that role and help to bridge substantive gaps, but also the gaps in terms of perception, of course. Couple of additional final thoughts. It's important, as I said, to keep in touch with policymakers in the Trade and Investment Working Group, and there's interest among TIWG officials, and I would hope that we'll be able to organize a joint session with the Trade and Investment Working Group, which we had in previous iterations of the T20, for example. I remember a very good workshop we had in 2018 during the Japanese presidency, where we invited the officials, the delegates of the Trade and Investment Working Group for a workshop on the day before the official meetings, which was very helpful for the delegates, but also obviously an important opportunity for us to present and discuss our policy recommendations. I think we should also work with other engagement groups. I think the B20 is a prime example here. And one final thought, think tanks can also play a key role to bring the trade-related discussions in the framework of the G20 and the T20 back to Geneva, back to the WTO. And so in the past, we had sessions, for example, at the WTO Public Forum, and that's perhaps also something we could try to replicate in order to create a cycle of a positive cycle of so that the discussions in the G20 positively influence the discussion in Geneva in the context of the WTO. Gustavo, that's all from my side. Back to you. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Shana. So thank you very much. Just three quick observations. Task Force 4 is a task force in which I can see concrete results, very pragmatically speaking. So take a special attention on how to present the recommendations and these articulations. You've mentioned at the end and the need to articulate with other engagement groups. Please do that. And if you need some assistance on this process, let me know, not only with engagement groups, but also with our negotiators and policymakers. To the guys from Task Force 6, I believe it's the third time you've been mentioned. So again, no pressure on you, but we'll get to you. Last but not least, I think I think the T20 has an important role also, and you, as you are from Germany, Axel, in also working or trying to break or to flexibilize G7, which acts as a block, very, very difficult to change and very aggressive in terms of position within the G20. So I believe from the G20 and from the other engagement groups, we can maybe or hopefully flexibilize some of G7's positions and reach, who knows, better results in the G20 presidency of Brazil. Okay, now I'm giving the floor to Anirban Sharma, Deputy Director and Senior Fellow at the ORF, Observer Research Foundation in India. It will be related to Task Force 5. Anirban, namaskar, umid hai sab theek hai. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Gustavo. And colleagues, a very good evening from India. It's a privilege to be part of Task Force 5 on inclusive digital transformation and also to be representing TF5 at this roundtable. So as you probably know already, Bruno is my fellow lead co-chair, and we've been working very closely with other co-chairs and members over the last couple of months leading up to this Inception Conference. Now, this also happens to be the second consecutive year of my personal involvement with the T20 process, because I was also one of the chairs of the Digital Task Force during the Indian T20 last year. So it's really a pleasure to be part of this network and this process once again. Before I begin to address some of the broad questions Gustavo raised, Gustavo, I'd really like to congratulate you on the somewhat pioneering work of the G20 Social. This is a new mechanism, and as you said, it's really a very important umbrella architecture for bringing non-governmental voices, a very broad spectrum of non-governmental voices together, and also for building this much-needed bridge between the Sherpa track and the finance track. And I really must extend a word of thanks and gratitude also to Sebri, Funag, and Ipia for bringing all of us together and for their support and guidance at all times, really. Thank you very much. Now, Task Force 5 is about inclusive digital transformation. And this is important because many of the technologies, trends, and issues being discussed under our task force will act as enablers for many of the phenomena being discussed in other TFs as well. Now, it may have struck you when TF5 was presenting an hour ago that our subtracks can broadly be categorized under two broad buckets. Okay, the first is technology for governance. And this covers issues like digital inclusion, universal connectivity, the platformization of public services, tech for the SDGs, and the promotion of decent work. And the second big bucket is the governance of technology and using technology in more inclusive and sustainable ways. And this would typically cover things like the governance of AI, for example, global digital governance, regulation of platforms, and also issues like the strengthening of data protection and cybersecurity. So, that's one way of looking at it, these two broad categories. Now, these two buckets resonate very strongly with some of, the work of some of the other task forces in various ways. And this is ready to respond to Gustavo's question about drawing interlinkages between our work and the work of other TFs. Let me just give you a few examples of this. If we consider technology for governance, for instance, all right, Task Force 1 is about fighting inequalities, poverty, and hunger. On day one, when TF1 was presenting, there was much emphasis on the expansion of access to social protection and basic services. All right, and examples given were direct cash transfers, access to health, access to education. Now, really, this is squarely what our task force does as well. It looks at technological access, digital access to social protection and these kinds of services. All right. Promoting digital health was another important subtrack under Task Force 1. And you will be pleased to know that we've actually received quite a few abstracts, policy brief ideas about digital health and digital health innovations. A larger point raised on day one of this conference was the cross-cutting nature of social and technological innovation. Once again, the technological innovation bit is something TF5 is dealing with quite centrally. We have strong links with the work of Task Force 2 as well, sustainable climate action. Now, one of the focus areas here is accelerating the transition to low carbon economies. And of course, as we know, one of the key ways in which this is going to happen is through the increased adoption of clean tech and green tech, for example, right? Earlier this very evening, we heard about the connection between technology and climate finance, the use of digital tools for ESG metric development, all right? So these are all things that have a strong link with the digital task force here. And finally, there is Task Force 4, which is about trade and investment, and investment for sustainable growth. One of the subtracks there deals with the increasing sort of frequency of digital transactions in trade and how trade can therefore harness digital tools and technologies. If we reflect for a second on the governance of technology, on the opening day of the conference, the G20 Sherpa talked about how the governance of the digital economy was really going to be a core priority of the Brazilian presidency. And he also drew attention to the importance of governing AI sustainably and ethically, right? So again, these are things that we are dealing with in our task force. We have subtracks dedicated to these issues, right? I'd like to come to the point about convergences next. You know, convergences with other engagement groups, working groups, other task forces within the T20 itself, and how we can try and work towards convergent recommendations. A couple of days ago, a member of the Secretariat to the International Advisory Board suggested that one possibility was that we meet in smaller groups of co-chairs from different task forces to discuss some of these interlinks between our groups and how we can work towards joint recommendations. Now, that's an excellent idea, and I do recall that Fabio had also responded enthusiastically to this in the chat while that was being said. This might be really very productive and good, because one experience we had during the Indian presidency, when the time for writing our task force statements and ultimately the T20 communique came around, was there were considerable overlaps between some of the big recommendations coming from the different task forces. We can actually preempt this by having chairs meet in smaller groups in advance, make this a dynamic ongoing dialogue, so we already know what the big ideas are when the time for the T20 communique comes around. All right. At a second level, of course, we also need to engage with some of the other engagement groups, and much has been said about this today. Now, there are strong convergences between, let's say, our task force's work and that of the Civil 20, of Business 20, Science 20, Women 20, and Labor 20, which Bruno talked about a little earlier this evening. And, here I'd really like to acknowledge the excellent work of Professor Ana Garcia and her team at the BRICS Policy Center, because they've actually already started the ball rolling in this regard. And a T20, C20 convergence dialogue is being planned at the BRICS Policy Center later in May. So thank you very much for that, Professor Garcia. You're leading this process in that sense. The third point has to do with Gustavo's point about pragmatism and crispness, the need for brief, sort of impactful recommendations. Let's keep in mind that recommendations need not always emerge from full-blown policy briefs. Okay, there are texts which produce recommendations, but then there are excellent insights that also emerge from side events, from the dialogues that we hold, the roundtables that we conduct, right? And which is also why it's important to have a very lively and vibrant calendar of side events. And you will be pleased to know that this is a process we are all actively working on. We have already had a few side events. There are many more in the pipeline, and the frequency of these will, of course, increase as the year progresses, right? Fourth, and this is really one of the most important points, is to ensure that these recommendations that we're making actually reach the policymakers for whom they're intended, right? Now, as somebody pointed out a couple of days ago, the acid test for recommendations made by researchers is how well they can actually be applied, their practicability, the way policymakers perceive them, and of course, the implementing agencies that work very closely with policymakers to try and make some of these things a reality. So, our task force, for example, DF5, is very closely aligned with the work of the Digital Economy Working Group, of course, the Development Working Group, and also, importantly, this new Research and Innovation Working Group that has been started during the Brazilian presidency. So I think, we really need to brainstorm a little in the days ahead about how we can sort of build these bridges with some of these working groups, beyond the task force communique itself, the T20 communique. There is sometimes a need to introduce some of these civil society conversations these research and academia conversations into policymakers' dialogues. How do we do that, right? Now, one possibility, of course, is to try and very strategically host side events on the sidelines of some of the working group meetings or immediately preceding the meetings. Another possibility is the kind of joint session with some of these working groups that Axel just drew our attention to. So we do need to think about this a little more cleverly in the days ahead. And of course, I'm sure the Secretariat will also help us create some of these openings as we go ahead. That was about convergence. Now, my final concluding point, well, I'd like this to be about continuity. You see, there's always a sort of organic continuity between one presidency and the other, right? So, for example, the Brazilian presidency's motto and approach of building a just world and a sustainable planet really takes forward and takes in newer directions the Indian presidency's idea of one earth, one family, and one future, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That was really the guiding principle of the Indian presidency last year. And, just as there is a macro level continuity between presidencies, so it is with the T20 itself and individual task forces. So even at our task force, at the digital task force, when we first started out by drafting our high-level concept note that would guide our interventions throughout this year, we were cognizant of the fact that we do need to keep certain big ideas from yesteryears alive in our work today, all right? These themes have a long shelf life. They need to be kept alive in public discourse. They need to be discussed. They need to have recommendations and newer ideas around them. So, certain big things like digital skilling, the use of data for development, the potential benefits of digital public infrastructure, for example, these are all things that we are still, actively engaging with in our task force. And a lot of abstracts have come in about them. Policy briefs will be written about them. My concluding point is this. A few months ago, Ms. Nicola Beer, who was, then the Vice President of the European Parliament, she pointed out that the G20, among other things, is an excellent platform for shaping and advancing new narratives. Now, this is absolutely true when you think about it. And, one of the biggest new narratives we've had in the last couple of years relates to the power and potential of the Global South. Now, until a few years ago, the Global South was defined largely in terms of negatives, but that has changed completely now. Now it is widely acknowledged that this is one big block of the world where digital transformation is taking place at population scale, where climate action, meaningful climate action is taking place, where women-led development is becoming a reality. And, as the Brazilian G20 Sherpa mentioned on day one, as a group, the Global South is really also one of the strongest collective voices pushing for multilateral reform. Now, as a corollary of this, of course, we need to identify together more and more of the best practices emerging from the Global South, and identify concrete recommendations about how these can be replicated in other contexts elsewhere in the South, or how certain ideas from the Global North can be adapted for the South. So, over the last couple of years, during the Indonesian and the Indian presidencies, there actually were a lot of policy briefs of this kind, these very valuable national or regional case studies, which have very broad and wide applicability. So as we sort of travel this road to recommendations together, these are the kinds of case studies, best practices, replicable ideas that we also need to sort of pay special attention to. And I will end with that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anirbanji Roda Nevat, thank you very much. I think you have a very tough challenge considering the transversality of the issues discussed on Task Force 5. So that will be quite an interesting challenge. I appreciated you mentioning the question of continuity, and we have to be very worried about it, but I think we can maybe push the limits a little bit during the Brazilian presidency and maybe leave a legacy or of more things to explore throughout the next presidencies of G20. So we are slightly behind the clock here, so I'm gonna pass the floor to, it has just been brought to my attention that we will have Mikatemi Kiso Kubai speaking on behalf of the Institute for Global Dialogue. We'll be talking about Task Force 6. We've heard throughout the presentation that Task Force 6 has been mentioned 2 or 3 times, so no pressure on you, but I'm looking forward to hearing from your considerations. So Mikatekiso, Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gustavo. The name is Mikatekiso Kubai. Most people call me Mika. From the Institute for Global Dialogue associated with the University of UNISA. My executive director was supposed to speak, but has since been, summoned elsewhere to meet the former president. Wow, Task Force 6, talk about synergies, talk about, cross-cutting issues. One wonders, why, multilateralism is in sixth spot. Everything, that has been said over the last 3 days has something to do with multilateralism. Everything that, needs to be done, has everything to do with multilateralism. And the sort of reforms, changes and advice to policymakers on multilateralism. Look, at IGD, you'll see on our logo, it says the Better Africa, Better World. Now, immediately there, what resonates, with us in particular is, Brazil's agenda for a just, and equitable world. A just and equitable global governance, system. And we're privileged, enough, to be partnered, to co-lead Task Force 6 by a fantastic team, at Igarape, to whom I give, plenty thanks, and also thank you to the organizing committee for having this conversation. Now, a better Africa and a better world, speaks to, the aspirations, of, well, also expressed a few times already over the last 3 days, and especially today, the aspirations generally of the entire global South, not only, Africa. I'll start by, giving, a simple example, and, try and expand it outwards, to the various areas, for instance, that it touches, and that speak to the need for a different multilateralism that actually works, and delivers, for everybody. Now, we've been talking about this, for quite some time. We've recently had, the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, during the pandemic, we had, a situation where in full view, of the entire planet, global solidarity somehow, withered away, somehow melted, somehow simply just, disappeared. It somewhat disappeared, at a time where access, to the most crucial life-saving instruments and medicines, vaccines were suddenly unavailable, at speed and at a volume, to many, especially the most vulnerable, of our societies, especially those vulnerable communities that even had the money to procure, not for a donation, but, actually, procure. Now, what does this speak to? The following issues, that, have, bedeviled, the African experience and certainly global South experience of multilateralism, which some of the other subtopics, the other task forces deal with. The first one, on finance, historically, access to finance, to this part of these regions of the world, has had, an experience, of one misery, one, whether be it, limited access to development finance, limited access to, a decent share of foreign direct investment, imposition, of conditionalities, unfair imposition of conditionalities for, access to development finance, and so on. Without development, you have we've had the challenge of, large parts, large swathes, of the African continent in particular, global South, broadly, struggling to simply, develop, the necessary industrial basis to produce, equipment for themselves, to produce and develop regional value chains, for to supply, its populations, its citizens with the requisite, materials that are needed to save lives, to develop the necessary infrastructure, and so on. So when we talk about things like, for example, the last two subtopics in our task force, assessment of G20 pledges and actions, and collaborative efforts of, towards strengthening multilateralism and global governance. It screams, the recent experience, of COVID-19, pandemic, where collaboration simply collapsed. We've had, a little earlier, that, when we do this work, we don't do this work to merely produce policy briefs that are just going to sit there and be read maybe by a handful of people, but something that has to be, far, reaching, something that has to be impactful, to actually help, Brazil G20 to deliver something closer, to being impactful on the real life, real lived experiences, of people, particularly those in the global South, and so on. So it's important. I mean, we talk about all sorts of, well, in fact, before one talks about the historical, summits, of the G20 grouping. Just, over the last couple of years, like fortunate enough for the global South to have at least three, previous, presidencies, being hosted, by this particular region. But, to what extent, can we argue, that, people's livelihoods, people's lives, people's lived experiences have actually been touched, by the policy processes, that the think 20s, the respective think 20s, over those periods, has actually produced, and so on. We constantly hear, in discourse, many, talking about, the sort of, impact, that summits have, pledges that are made, whether be it, pledge of aid or pledge, of investment or pledge, for this, that, or the other. For instance, one, perhaps the task force on finance might be looking at this, the development and promotion, of capital markets in local currency. For instance, it's an Indonesia, declaration, outcome. How far is it, to what extent, are efforts being done to achieve this? So these and a lot more, of course, issues that in our task force, we grappled with, to try and find solutions. But ultimately, the best way forward would be somehow to achieve a global solidarity, a global, well, it would be perhaps a bit ambitious to wish for a global compact, on a lot of these issues, but a global solidarity that can, essentially take humanity forward on a whole host of these issues. We're dealing with a multilateralism, that is obviously not working, as well as it should. In fact, to some people, multilateralism is simply not working at all. We are here discussing this precisely because there's there are a lot of problems with multilateralism as we have it today. We have a task force, a subtopic that speaks to the sort of needs of reform for the United Nations system, not just the entire United Nations system, from UN Security Council to all the way through to the multilateral development institutes, multilateral financial institutions, among others. and so on. And the reason there is such is precisely to precisely the point that I've just made, that there's something monumentally wrong with multilateralism as we have it today. One needs only read a report that was developed just a couple of months ago in November, published rather in November last year, the H-Lab report, on what needs to be done, to change multilateralism and to make it better, to achieve this better world, to achieve this more just, and equitable world that, Brazil T20 wants. And some of the colleagues that we're working with here participated in the research and production, of that particular report, the H-Lab report, for the UN. Now, I've heard a few times the Summit of the Future being mentioned, here by colleagues, not only today, but since the first day on Monday. I can tell you, for instance, that right now there's a conference in Abuja, in Nigeria, literally preparing, for just, that, summit, trying to look at, African positions, for, to make a contribution to that particular summit in September. That's, how monumental this thing is, in trying to, address, the issues, the imperfections of this multilateralism, that even Africans as early as now are trying to organize, an opportunity, pulling together ideas and resources just to, to engender this. So my main argument here from the observations gathered over the last 3 days is urgency, the need for urgency in at least developing a measure, of solidarity, global solidarity, trust, to resolve, these issues that are very glaring, that have been in public domain discourse, for endless years and over endless summits, with agreements and compacts, and resolutions being published, but with very little, by way of outcomes for the actual lived experiences of people on the ground. So we're dealing with a lot of this every day. People asking us, but okay, what is this conference about to achieve? What are you saying about multilateralism? What are thinkers postulating about multilateralism? I mean, will these policy briefs that you people like to write actually change our lives tomorrow? Today, and that sort of thing. So these are the issues that we're grappling with, and one is at least optimistic, given that we have right across the Think 20 process, several task forces clearly very well to address a lot of these issues that we're grappling with. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very, very much, Mika. Global solidarity, yeah, that's what we want, and that's what we all need in such a polarized world. Yeah, I'm fully confident that we need to reform global governance to reflect the current global challenges, and that's the biggest challenge we're going to get in the next years. So thank you very much. Wow, that was just amazing. I believe we had 6 fantastic interventions. I think this was extremely important for us to be all on the same page. Please talk to each other. Please talk to other stakeholders. Please engage with other engagement groups, with other working groups. That's how we're gonna make it happen. Before opening the floor to questions and answers, I'd like to call your attention to a few specific dates. So we have from 3 to 5 July, the Sherpas meeting, in which all engagement groups will have a seat, okay? We have, like, I don't know, we're defining the methodology, but we'll probably have 5 minutes to present the recommendations. That doesn't mean you have to finish or to conclude your works and activities by then, but that you should be prepared to present all the most important recommendations during this event, this occasion. Imagine that the richness of all we have discussed, to summarize that in 5 minutes. So again, the pragmatism and the focus and how we're gonna make it. I mean, wow, that's gonna be pretty tough. So we're also having the social summit in November on 14, 15, and 16 November, just before the Leader Summit. Okay, more details will be presented very soon. And one last thing, Anirban mentioned a few times the idea of side events and that you've been working on side events. Please do that, but please also inform us through the coordination of T20 so that we can give publicity to that. We can, I mean, people can know about it, and who knows, they can join or participate even passively, but they can be part of it somehow. So please inform us about your activities so that we can put in the G20 website and inform our societies about what you've been doing. All right. So please, I have just taken a look at the chat. We don't have any questions, but please, if anyone wants to make some observations. Oh, I can see Maria João Rodrigues. Please, Maria João. You are muted. Please unmute it.
Poderíamos falar em português, Gustavo, but I will speak in English. Just a short introduction. I'm the president of a European foundation located in Brussels to support European institutions. And in the past, I was also minister to Guterres, the current Secretary General of the United Nations. And I'd like to greet you, first of all, for the great quality of this conference, really promising. Special greetings to the presidency by Brazil, also very promising. And the point I'd like to make after listening to all the colleagues in the conclusion is the following. Many of you have referred to the concern of having impact. We came up with such interesting ideas which should take shape in terms of recommendations. But in the end, the big issue is to have impact on the real political decision and then on the ground to change people's lives. And I'd like to bring our own experience in the European Union. The first thing I want to tell you is that I belong to a stream of people in the European Union which, referring to the call by our previous colleague Kubai, yes, we know that the global order we have now is very unbalanced, should be rebalanced. And I would say this is a matter not only for solidarity and the international cooperation, this is even a matter for enlightened self-interest. So developed countries such as the European ones should understand this is in their interest to reform global governance. So the final point I'd like to bring to your consideration is, in the end, if you want to have impact, it's very important to identify which is the process we want to influence. And from my viewpoint, the most interesting process will or should be launched by the upcoming Summit of the Future, involving all countries, because this is United Nations system. But we need a big push coming from the G20, because G20 is indeed a very representative forum, well organized, and we hope that the Summit of the Future will relaunch the implementation of SDGs asking all countries to adopt real strategic plans at national level, but also deciding on some supporting conditions at global level. When it comes access to finance, to technology, to trade opportunities, and introducing the necessary reforms in the Bretton Woods institutions, in WTO, and in the ECOSOC itself. So the suggestion I would like to do in line of what we discussed in the first day of our conference is to work on this bridge between G20 and the Brazilian presidency on one hand, and the Summit of the Future on the other hand. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Maria João, muito obrigado. Obrigado pelas observações. Isso está no nosso radar, sim. So we still have a couple of minutes. So if anyone else would like to comment or to make a statement or to say something. Okay, I can see Vera. Vera wants to make a comment. Please, Vera. You're muted, Vera.
Yes, great. My last words are only to really to thank and congratulate the organizers. I know very well how difficult it was to put all this group together, but I stay here all the time. I listen with care all the points, and I really agree and congratulate Maria João, because I think that we think a lot of things together. My point is to really to congratulate the organizers. And point two is, look, we agree. The only thing that we can agree at this is that we are in a crisis. We are what's really regrettable is that the organizations are kidnapped. They are kidnapped by this geoeconomic situation. So our task as think tanks is to think. First a way out, let's see, to show something, but more to think and propose kinds of organization of how to organize society in a way to move the specific points ahead. If not, we are going to say all the time, we need to, in the case of WTO, we need to have WTO. I can tell you, I have all the declarations of G20. All of them are saying the same thing. We need to reform the organization, international organization. Okay, what else? What we, as society, what we can do to change this kind of things. But congratulations, Gustavo, to everybody, to all the organizers. That's my point. We have to move forward, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. I believe you and Maria João have echoed our spirits and our voices here. Thank you so much. I see also Luciana Servo. Please, the floor is yours.
Hi, Gustavo. Thank you very much for moderating and also for giving us so much important information about the G20. And I would just like to ask, how do you think that you will go on the G20 social after in the end of November? Probably, yes. And how do you think that will be the interaction with the task force, with the engagement group for their participation during the G20 social? So if you could give us some information ahead that you already have discussed, it will be good for us.
So, okay, the question ended up being to me. Thank you very much. So the G20, the social G20 is already ongoing, right? It's happening. This we are having here is what we are considering social G20. But we are also working on different fronts. So beyond engaging and giving support to the activities of the engagement groups and bringing new actors to the discussions, we are also working on strategies to increase the incidence of the decisions. So we are building these bridges with working groups and organizing meetings, seminars. And of course, the highlight of the entire process will be the summit, the social summit by the end of the year. I believe, Luciana, that and that's a priority, and that's a task, a mission given by President Lula to us, that we need to have participation as part of the structures of G20. So we are already thinking about how to leave the legacy to South Africa and how to keep building up on this process and to make it like a kind of, we cannot say a third track, but somehow throughout time it could become a real third track with more voice and more incidents. I think that the idea here is to, and the main goal of the social G20 regarding the engagement groups themselves is not only to make sure that things are okay and giving support and making sure that we're talking about the same thing, all right? We're speaking the same language. So we cannot be discussing A, B here, and the negotiators be discussing Y, Z, X. So to make this alignment, but to make the incidents happen. So that's I believe, the biggest contribution of the social G20 to the engagement group themselves. I believe we are working hard to make these decisions, these discussions, reach the negotiators and to be part of their, I don't know, especially in the Sherpas track, we know it's slightly easier. We know that the finance track, due to the co-chairs dynamic, makes things difficult. But yeah, I think that would be a short answer. I could be explaining further longer, but I believe that's how we are thinking, and that's how we are visualizing the role of the engagement groups in these new perspectives of social G20. We know engagement groups exist for a while, but we believe that, and we took a careful look throughout history, again, the incidence has been very low historically. So we want to change that. We want to make your voices heard. We want to bring the voices of G20 societies to the negotiations. It's a very tough mission, okay? I'm not being idealistic. I'm not saying that from a day to another it's going to happen, but we are working hard on that. Guys, I believe, thank you, Lucian. I believe time is over and you have to go to the last part of the event, the meeting. So that would be the next steps and closing remarks. So I'm gonna thank you very much for the opportunity to moderate this super important roundtable, extremely high quality. It's really rare to see such an amazing group all together. So congratulations to SEBRI, congratulations to FUNAG, congratulations to IPEA, Luciana, Fabio, other Luciana from SEBRI, and my colleagues, Ambassador Marcia, Minister Almir, and all the others involved. Really, thank you, and all the team that has been behind that. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you so much for leading us through this final section. It was really important to have you here with us. Thank you to Luisa, Celine, Rajon, Axel, Anirba, and Mika for the amazing job you have been doing. And thank you all for this exchange of views and ideas regarding the T20 work in Brazil. And it's amazing because even though we are online, we can really feel the energy and the commitment of this group and of all task forces members. You already set a very interesting agenda with a great potential to be taken into consideration by the G20 leaders. And we know the selection of abstracts was also very, very challenging. Thank you so much for that. We are working hard here to guarantee an in-person event in the midterm here in Brazil, and we hope to see you soon in person. Before we close our inception meetings, we have some final remarks. I think Gustavo already gave us great advices on next steps, but if you allow me, I would like to highlight a few important elements to the T20 work in order to leverage the impact and results of the work this group has been doing. And I think from what we've been listening listening to over the past 3 days, it became clear that we need to exchange ideas between task forces. There is a lot of interdisciplinary issues, and we would like to encourage the dialogue between the task forces and also engagement groups. We are totally aware that this is an additional challenge, but we believe that if we manage to follow in this direction, we can really increase our chance to have a more impactful policy proposals. So it would be wonderful if we find time to build these connections and put some common recommendation together. As organizing committees, SEBRI, IPEA, and FUNAG can help you with that, okay? My second comment is more specific on the discussion that we had today. It's also clear that we should take a look into sustainable climate action, inclusive just energy transition, and inclusive digital transformation, not only as a top priority on the agenda, but also, and maybe more important, as a pathway to tackle poverty and inequalities. Those are very cross-cutting issues, and from what we listened here today, maybe those are the two main areas where T20 and G20 Brazil can leapfrog sustainable development, international cooperation towards economic growth, poverty reduction, and social inclusion. As everyone already said, we should focus on few but very strong recommendations with real capacity to be implemented, to turn into actions and concrete results. So please take this into account. Let's try to shape documents and papers and dialogues with a very policy-driven approach. And my final comment is that we should not forget that T20 is an engagement group of think tanks with academics, researchers, and we can have an independent voice and independent views. We can think outside the box. We do not have to agree with everything that is on the G20 agenda, and we must try to be as innovative and as provocative as we can. We must push hard for some changes, so we count on every one of you to have fresh ideas, to rethink the world, to rethink T20, to rethink G20. I would like to invite Luciana Severo for her final remarks. And after that, we'll have the famous family picture. Luciana, please.
Oh, I really thank you all, the ones that have been here for 3 consecutive days and the ones that could be for part of the process. I also want to invite you for publishing or putting articles for a special issue that we will have at IPEA, and Melo put it on the comments. We'll have a G20 special issue of our journal Tempo do Mundo, that is in Portuguese, English, and Spanish, and will be the challenges and opportunities faced by G20 during and after the Brazilian presidency. It's being coordinated, organized by the Troika, André Melo from IPEA, Sachin Satyaverde from India, and Elizabeth Stadiopoulos from the SAIA. So it's an opportunity for us to put things from our G20 and think ahead for South Africa, and it will be released in June, and the date for manuscripts is 31 of March. Besides that, I also want to thank a lot the organizing committee, SEBRI for doing all the job in the Zoom here for us. That is not easy, you know, the SEBRI team, and also Ambassador Márcio Loureiro, Almir, Minister Almir, Igor, and all the FUNAG fellows that are helping us a lot since the beginning of the process. And mainly to you, that we know that you have to spend the Brazilians, our carnival here, reading abstracts and selecting them, and then you have a lot of work ahead. But as we've seen from this point until now, I think it will be really, really important to have this debate between think tanks, not only for the G20 itself, but for the whole process that we can continue carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luciana.
I have just one last comment too, please. On behalf of Alexandre de Guzmão Foundation and name of Ambassador Márcio Loureiro, many thanks to our audience, to panelists, task force leaders, co-chairs, and of course the staff of the three institutions that coordinated this Inception Conference. We have been together in these 3 days. We learned a lot. We know now what is the roadmap we have to follow, and we'll do it, of course. It's very important. So I'd like to many thanks for all the work that we have already, but I believe that we will meet the success that we are going for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. I would like to kindly ask everyone to open their cameras for our final picture. Sabri's team is taking a few print screens. So yes, big smile. Just a minute, because we have 3 or 4 screens to do the shot. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. We hope to see you in Brazil in a few months. And please count on the organizing committee for anything you might need any help. Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.